Hello. Good morning, everyone. May I request everyone to settle down and take your seats, please? We are starting a session within few minutes. I request everyone to take your seats, please. We are starting a session in few minutes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's session. And the today's session is going to be on discussion on future demand of castings. So, which is the most awaited session by all the foundrymen. And today we are going to listen and hear about the trends, about the industry's future casting demands, which is a core subject for the foundrymen. So, I am again welcoming all the delegates, all the OEM heads, as well as all the delegates in the 70th IFC. So we are going to start the session. First of all, I would request our Honorable Secretary of the Organizing Committee to escort our today's session chairman, Mr. Vijay Menon. I request Mr. Suresh Chavan, our Honorable Secretary of the Organizing Committee, to escort Mr. Vijay Menon for chairing today's session. Vijay sir, please welcome. Have a seat, sir. So it is honor for me to introduce today's session chairman,
Hello. I'll now request Mr. Pradeep Ramaswamy to come on stage, please, along with Mr. Santosh Bangar.
This is a Cummins team, Cummins and Cummins, Tata Cummins both. And this is a real engine for every vehicle. And they are the leader not only in India but worldwide. Mr. Pradeep Ramaswamy and Santosh Bangar, welcome sir.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of IAF, I'd like to welcome all of you to this buyer-seller meet, this unique buyer-seller meet. We have on stage today the leading purchasers, the decision makers, as far as castings are concerned, from four of the major companies in India. We would like to hear from them and understand how the prognosis as far as the industry is concerned, what they expect the situation to be like, and what kind of demands. The industry is going through a disruption. What kind of disruption is expected? What kind of volumes are expected going forward? So now what I will do is I'll introduce them. They've already been introduced. What we'll do is we'll give each one of the speakers about 15 minutes to make a presentation. After that, the next speaker will come and make the presentation. Towards the end, we'll have a question and answer session. During the session, whatever questions you have in mind, you please note on a piece of paper and share it with Mrs. Aroskar here, so that we'll take up the questions towards the end. We want to end the session at 12 so that, we'll have about half an hour for question and answers. Okay? Thank you. Let's get started. Hello. Mr. Preetham Panigarai was not able to come for this session due to personal reasons. I now request Mr. Mohan Kadam, GM of Dana India, to kindly make his presentation.
Is visible? Okay. You can start. स्क्रीन तो दिसत नाही ती कुठे. morning to all of you. First, I would like to thank Mr. Devendra Jain, President IIF, Mr. Subodh Panchal, Chairman of 70th Foundry Congress, Member of National Council and 70th Foundry Congress organizing team for giving me the opportunity to present during the Foundry Congress. During my presentation, I would like to cover business overview of Dana and the casting spend overview for Dana, which is more interested for today's session. And this will provide the audience information about Dana Corporation, casting spend, where we buy our castings, and what are the opportunities for Indian foundries to do business with Dana. So I'll start with, we have given 15 minutes to present, so I will skip some of the slides which may not be very interesting for you. Dana founded in 1904, which is 118 years old company. We have 40,000 people working in 32 countries. We have 9 technical centers worldwide. We have about 139 plants in 32 countries. We serve 14,000 customers and we provide products to 141 countries in the world. We serve in major 3 markets. Our 2021 sales was close to 8.9 billion. Out of that, 52% of our revenue comes from light vehicle, 30% comes from off-highway segment, and 18% revenue comes from the commercial vehicle and heavy vehicle technologies. In region-wise sales, 47% of our sales comes from North America, 32% sales comes from Europe and Africa, 14% of our sale comes from Asia Pacific, and 7% from the South America. So we work in technologies like drive, motion, electrodynamics, thermal, sealing and digital technologies. So all these technologies are used in every business unit and we deliver solutions to our end customers. So out of 2021 sales, 52% sales contributed by light vehicle, 30% by off-highway and 19% by commercial vehicle. So if we talk about Dana's customer, our biggest customer is Ford, which is contributing to 19% of our sales. Stellantis, Volkswagen, Deere & Company, Packard, these are our major customers. In off-highway segment, John Deere is our biggest customer. We talk about vision, mission and values of Dana. Dana's vision statement is powering innovation to move our world. Our vision is driving stakeholders' value by providing vehicles and machines around the world, shaping sustainable progress through invention and execution, and making amazing happening wherever people live, work and play. Our values are value others, inspire innovation, go responsibly and win together. So if we talk about our leadership team, Mr. Jim Kamsikas is our chairman and CEO, and these are the functional leaders. Mr. Aziz Agheli is heading, he is the executive vice president in heavy vehicle technologies, and Mr. Craig Price is a CPO. These are our global strategies: leverage the core, deliver sustainable competitive advantage, drive customer centricity, customer at the center of our decision making, expand global markets, Asia Pacific and Europe is the developing market, and our focus is to develop market in Europe and Asia Pacific. Deliver innovative solutions, evolving and enhancing our products. Lead electrical propulsion, which is a need of the hour, and whole world is moving towards that. So we develop and deliver fully integrated e-propulsion solutions to our customer. So Dana is providing complete e-propulsion capabilities from a single source, and we have developed and delivering solutions from heavy commercial vehicles to commercial buses. In off-highway market, we have solutions for tractors, material handling equipments, mining equipments. So these are the focus area for Dana in the today's days. Dana is also very focused on innovation. We have technical centers in 9 countries. We have 2,300 engineers working in all technology centers. Then I spent close to $300 million on R&D in 2021. We have more than 10,000 patents, and they now won 5 automotive news PACE awards. If we talk about electrification snapshot, Dana has acquired 50+ years of electrification expertise. We have more than 7,000 engineers working focusedly on electrifications. In electrification, we have applied or received almost more than 1,300 patents. 1.8 customer miles driven by Dana TM4 motors, which is the iconic product in Dana. We have more than 25,000 vehicles running on the road with the electrification. We are able to divert 3 million metric ton of CO2 from the cities. Dana received more than 25 industry recognition in 2021. Some of them are from our esteemed customer Caterpillar, John Deere, General Motors, Daimler, and Packard. Dana has been recognized top employer in Europe, in United States, in India, in China, and great place to work in Mexico. Dana having 40,000 employees working across 32 countries. Every one of us are problem solvers, innovators, expertise, skills, and personalities to the company. Together, we have a common thread, people finding a better way. These are some of the market applications where Dana is providing products. Those are all passenger vehicles, off-highway vehicles, railways, mining equipments, marine applications, material handling. So I would like to spend some time on Dana's casting overview, which is more interested for all of you. In 2021, our spend for casting was $840 million. If we convert in terms of tonnage, we had purchased 39,000 metric ton castings every month. And if we talk about where those are used, majority of the castings are used by off-highway segment, which is 47%. If you remember, the sales revenue from off-highway comes 30%, but the casting consumption is 47% in off-highway, followed by 41% in light vehicle and 11% in commercial vehicles. On the region-wide spend, we spend 40% of our casting spend in Europe, followed by North America and Asia Pacific. These are some of the pictures of the casting parts we buy. If we talk about casting by region, by consumption and by buying, purchasing. So we consume 40% of the castings from European region, but we buy 38% in Europe. So 2% of the castings are purchased from outside of the region. In US, we consume 32% of the castings, but we purchase 27% in North America. So balance 3% goes from somewhere else. So that is Asia Pacific. 2% in Europe, 3% in North America. So 5% castings are exported by the supplier in Asia Pacific. So the message is very clear. The opportunities are huge. As of now, we don't do much. There is a big scope to export castings to Dana, North America, and Europe. So this is just for your information. These are our top 20 suppliers worldwide. The first 8 suppliers are either from Europe or from North America or Israel, and they contribute almost 35% of our total spend. Top 20 supplier contributes to almost 50% of our spend. 4 suppliers are from India, 4 from China, one is from Thailand. Our casting spend in Asia Pacific is 446 million, out of which we buy almost 50% castings from India, 37% from China, and 13% from Thailand. So these are the top 15 suppliers in Asia Pacific. We are proud to say India is leading. We have 7 suppliers from India, 4 from China, 2 from Thailand, 1 from South Korea. Lastly, I will speak about local consumption of casting in India. So our consumption is 99 million, which is around 5,000 metric tons per month. That is going to grow to close to 10,000 in next 4 years. That is mainly driven by the new program launches, and Dana is also relocating product from other parts of the world to India to support the growth in Asia Pacific. These are the top 10 suppliers in India who are contributing almost 80% of our spend. So while talking, so you must be thinking that there is a good opportunity with Dana to do business. So what we expect as a Dana from our suppliers. So while looking for a supplier, we look for suppliers should be financially stable to support Dana's business growth and future expansion in capacity to meet Dana's growing need. Supplier must have advanced manufacturing capabilities to ensure robust in-process controls to deliver top quality products to Dana. Supplier must have robust quality system to ensure right quality products are produced and delivered to Dana consistently. Supplier must review and assess ongoing business risk and develop mitigation plan in advance to avoid any disruption in supplies to Dana. Those can be any business risk. And last, supplier top management should be committed to develop long-term business relations with the Dana. So while going through the RFQ process, supplier must provide quick and competitive quotes for new RFQs. After business is awarded, quick development of parts to meet project timelines. Supplier must follow the program management process involving all stakeholders from supplier and Dana side to have proper approval in process. Supplier must build capacity to meet agreed volumes to support ramp up and meet program volumes at peak. In ongoing supplies, we should have a flawless launch, no surprises after SOP is done, no deviation in the processing, no deviation in the deliveries and qualities. So all the robust quality system has to ensure that we do first time right, and supplier should build advanced capacity to meet program's peak volume. This is must in a today's scenario. Supplier must plan for local warehouse near Dena facility to ensure uninterrupted supplies to Dena, keep safety stock in the warehouse to take care of unplanned delays in logistics. Supplier should continuously work on process improvement and improve product cost to remain competitive in the market and create value for both supplier and Dena. Supplier to ensure 100% performance on quality and delivery. Supplier must meet or buy product liability and product recall. Now since 2021 April, it is mandatory rule also in India. It was not there till date, but this is must to cover your risk through product recall and liability insurance. So this is all from my presentation today. Any question, comments are welcome to take up. I hope I have finished in 15 minutes.
Thank you for completing in 15 minutes. What we'll do is towards the end, we'll have the
No
question
problem.
answer session. Yeah.
Okay, thank you everybody for patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan Kadam, for giving this presentation. Now, may I request our session chairman, Mr. Vijay Menon, to hand over a memento to Mr. Kadam.
I now request the next speakers, which would be Mr. Sri Krishna Kulkarni and Rajesh Adlavatkar, to kindly make the presentation.
Okay, good morning everyone. First, I would like to thank Mr. Devendra Jain, President, Indian Institute of Foundry, Mr. Subodh Panchal, Organizing Chairman for the Indian Institute of Foundry, and all the IFC team for giving us this opportunity to come here and to talk to you about John Deere. So what I'll do is, me and my colleague Sri Krishna, I will take you through John Deere Global, few slides that I'll take you through talking about what is John Deere. And then Sri Krishna will talk to you more specific about John Deere in India, and in few slides talk about the opportunities that we see for castings. So to start with, we are a Fortune 100 company in world. So that's John Deere. And if I know the latest rank, I think we have risen to a level of 88 today. We take pride. We take pride in finding solutions which help us to innovate and lead the business for us and more importantly for our customers. And I'll talk about that, what I mean, in my last slide, because we have gone through a significant change in terms of looking at our customer differently than what we were looking in the past. And that's what it means, that we are here to innovate and lead for us as well as for our customers. And if you know, I'm not sure how many of you know, but we in India have introduced several innovative products in tractor segment. We are about 70,000 employees globally. Obviously, we are interested in solving big problems because big problems are big opportunities. So the problems that our customers face in their business, the problems that customers have in improving profitability of their business, sustainability of their business, we are interested in understanding those problems and solving those problems. We take pride in solving those big problems. We are located in over 70 countries across the globe. And obviously Shri Krishna will talk about that when we talk India, but I would like to mention from India, we export tractors to more than 115 different countries across the globe. Okay, and I also take pride in telling you all that all of the casting that are required in these products that we build in India and we ship to more than 115 countries across the globe come from all of you strong foundry ones here in India. So we really feel good about that. The parts and the products that we buy from you fit in the tractor that goes globally to every customer of John Deere. So obviously we know these are machines that you probably have seen. Green and yellow is our brand, and these are the machines that we sell. Different lines of equipments. We have a lot in CNF, which is construction forestry, ag and turf, and also on the engine side. So this is something which we are focusing a lot. You know, precision agriculture. We probably have heard this word a number of times, but we are really making this precision agriculture defined very, very precisely. When I say defined very precisely, you know, how the seed should be sown, at what depth the seed should be below ground, how much amount of nutrition is required by the seed and when, how frequently we have to apply that nutrition, how we should ensure the growth of the seed. So a lot of these things are controlled for every plant or every seed. It is not just the farm, but every plant and every seed is looked at as a production machine, and we make sure that we have precision solutions that support that single plant in the whole field. A lot of technology Deere takes pride, which they have developed and which we continue to develop even going forward in future. Warden, this is probably you're aware, they are the leaders in road construction equipment. They are part of John Deere. This is now a part of Deere and Company. Warden also has a plant in Pune, and they make these machines for India as well as globe. Obviously, we take pride, as I said, for tractors, for agriculture. We also take pride in industry-leading solutions for harvest equipments. Many of us are not aware about these forestry business because these are the unique machines that are required to manage large forests, harvesting of large forests. Deere is the global leader in making equipments for the forestry requirements. We make our own engines. Most of our engines are built by John Deere with our own design in our engine facility located globally in Europe, in US, as well as we have in India for our local domestic business. So I'll just take you through. This is the market share that we have in US. If you look at the lawn tractors, we sold 1 out of every 3 tractors sold in US is John Deere. So John Deere definitely has a strong market and a market share in US. Obviously, we do financing with so much of equipment that we manufacture and build and sell across globe. We have lots of financing that we do. So we have our own financing arm supporting financing of equipment. And this financial arm exists in more than 50 countries. And we also have our own equipment financing in India. It's called John Deere Finance. So this is one slide that I'll just talk through, and then Shri Krishna, I'm going to invite you. But I mentioned about we changed the way we started looking at our business 2 years ago. 2020, John Deere brought in a big change. Are we going to look at our customer the same way that we used to look in the past? We said there is a big need to change that. And then Deere came up with these 3 important operating models. And I'll shortly explain you to help you understand that. The first one is production system. What does this mean is the production system for the crops, be it maize, cotton, sugarcane, wheat. We are looking at end-to-end production system, end-to-end agronomy of that crop. We are not going to say that we sell tractor. We are not going to say that we are going to sell harvester. What we are saying is we want to understand the value that exists in the production system for the end-to-end crop cycle and the opportunity to make customers profitable and dealer find more business when we unlock the production system value. So for example, if you look at corn, it is right from the seeds to the harvest. We look at the complete corn agronomy, complete corn production system, and then we see what's the potential opportunity beyond just selling tractors and harvesters, and what more value can be unlocked which can benefit our customers as well as Deere. So that's about production system. So we are looking at customer. Technology stack. Obviously, a lot of things are changing. We talk of electrification. We are very soon going to talk about electronic engines. So technology stacks are going to be important because in future more and more we will see machines getting connected. We will have technology enabled solutions which will be more aggressive and rapid in future than in the past. That's technology stack, so we are working on that. And third, on life cycle solutions, we want to retain customers not at the initial buy, but throughout the life of the equipment, we would like to associate with the customer. These 3 operating models have been imbibed and we have restructured ourselves to look at our business. So with that, Shri Krishna, I will request you to take through the next part, which is talking more about John Deere India and opportunities obviously for casting. Thank you.
So after this, my name is Sri Krishna, and I take care of various castings and also process tech commodities. So after looking at the global scenario, we'll switch over to Indian context and how Deere is structured as far as India is concerned. So this is what Deere is in India. We started off with joint venture with L&T. Then it becomes a wholly owned subsidiary of John Deere, US. And in 2012, we had John Deere Financial and also our Lonican factory, ISG, which produces electronic components and displays for our own products for usage in India and also abroad. In 2014, we had part distribution center. This is located in Nagpur. The reason is logistics advantage for Deere. And this is, apart from that, we have Wittgen, what Rajesh just mentioned about it. And then we also have our E-Tech Bangalore facility. So Deere in India has got two major components, our manufacturing facility within India, and we have technology center. The technology center is located in Magapatta city. That's the mother plant for our E-Tech facilities. And then we do have our headquarters also in Magapatta. So we, part of a global team, support our requirements within India and also whatever is required in various regions for Deere, be it Europe, be it US, or be it Southeast Asia. As far as accelerated pace of innovation and technology, we talked about the smart industrial operating model which journey Deere has taken since 2020. It talks about production system, it talks about tech stack, and it talks about life cycle solutions. In that, how we are looking from India perspective in terms of what is going to come next. We are talking about advanced features on tractor. Deere is known for that, bringing in the new technology within India. Also, you probably have seen a video very recently launched on YouTube, which talks about 8000 series autonomous tractor that has been rolled out, that has come as a reality. And we are also talking about smart connected tractors. So this is going to be the future. This is going to be the focus as far as Deere is concerned. So we talk about electronic engine. Obviously, emissions are going to be very, very important for us. After that, we are also referring to electro-hydraulic transmissions. So this is going to be a focused area for Deere in India also, abroad also. Faster pace of technology adoption. We focused and we talked about the pace of innovation and technology adoption during our supplier meet also. And we want our supply base, our business partners to work focusedly with Deere in developing this innovation and technology solutions for our customers at an affordable price. So that's something which is remain at the core of Deere. The expectation from suppliers, you see here, infrastructure, competency, skill development, cost effective, and localization of technology and parts. See, the localization part, I just want to touch upon a little bit on this. The reason is you see most of the technology getting transferred from US or Europe when it comes to India. And we see a lot of opportunity for our business partners here in India to support in localization with respect to frugal innovation, what we are famous for, and support our customers in India, at the same time create headroom and global sourcing opportunities for Deere. And that is remain as a unique advantage offered to our supply base by Deere. This slide, we started very small in terms of component level in 2014. This is talking about what is global sourcing potential for India. Just to give you some glimpses of where we are, though we are not officially putting any figures onto the forum, we buy about 8,000 to 9,000 tons of castings every month. And this includes our domestic consumption as well as our support to Europe and North America. We started in 2014. The journey has been very exciting for us. Our supply base is engaged. The philosophy with which we work on is we have a domestic supply base. Out of that, we recommend few critical suppliers to our global sourcing. We being a global company, we have got norms and strategies which are defined across the regions. What it means is me and my team is responsible for managing the spend not only for India, but also whatever spend is happening in Europe and North America. So we provide our inputs. It's a global strategy, global tools, and it is visibility of the supply base across the globe. In 2014, as you see on the left-hand side, we started with component level and we migrated to assembly level now. So Like Rajesh mentioned, our transmission factory also exports transmissions, engines, aggregates to our units, various units in Brazil, Mexico, and Europe and US. But these supplies, which we are mentioning here, global sourcing, this is a direct bond between our supply base and the consuming unit. So we are working as a IPO function, as a strategic sourcing agency, and we select key suppliers, potential suppliers. We discuss the commercials, and we set it up for our North America, Europe, and rest of the world, for them, the strategies and the supply base. So this is seamless strategy which works throughout various regions. How we do that? We have an Achieving Excellence program. On the left-hand side, what you see, the number of suppliers and average spend. The strategy remains across our Europe, North America, India is we want to not increase the number of suppliers, but what we want to make sure that all of our supply base is definitely growing in spend. How can we do that is, the suppliers who are excelling in these 5 pillars, I would say, performance pillars, we rate them for various commodities. We have a stakeholder's opinion into it, each and every aspect. It is not a subjective, it is objective. It is based on system calculations. So there is very limited manual intervention in terms of when we rate a supplier. We don't want, human biases to come in. And that is how we want to make sure that best of best suppliers are selected for global sourcing opportunities. The highest reward, I see some of the cases which are very familiar with doing business with Deere, is something which is at a partner level, and the Hall of Fame, which we recognize as the supplier who is consistently performing at a partner level for consecutive 5 years, will be called and will be recognized in our Moline facility, headquarter facility in Deere in US, and we definitely celebrate. And I'm happy to share that some of the foundries have achieved this. Sometimes it is seen that proprietary items, foundries, the machine components, raw casting, we are not able to compete. But we have today also a supplier who is performing less than 500 ppm, just to give you some glimpse of where we stand. And these suppliers, they produce from 1.5 kilo, 2 kilo castings up to 100, 110 kg casting. So it's across. It's not something like one part, millions of pieces, and that's how they are able to control. No. This is not off-highway business, as you know, is basically talking about variety, what is required. It talks about complexity. It talks about flexibility. So I'm just giving some information in terms of supporting Achieving Excellence how. And these suppliers definitely are getting recognized by way of getting more business, value-added business, and also getting more global sourcing opportunities. Coming to expectations from supplier, very specific, very basic. This is nothing new to us. Only the piece which I really want to touch upon is innovation and digitization. This is a piece which is very important for Deere, and we are going to work towards making sure that we make IoT and smart connected factories, Industry 4.0, and definitely working towards it. Our manufacturing facilities in Pune and Devas are equipped with that. We have been investing in digitization, so we would definitely want our supply base to support and collaborate with us. It is not going to be a one-sided journey. Definitely it is mutual, and we have our tech center who can support our supply base in terms of adoption of technology, and we have done it in the past, and we make sure that we in future also work towards it. And the most important and very, very focused in Indian context is compliance portion. So integrity is core to everything what we do, and we live with it. We mean by the statement, and definitely we ensure that the supplier code of conduct is followed to the last part. So there is no compromise on compliance part of it. for our suppliers, and so this remains as a basic expectation for our suppliers. What it means for us, real-time data analytics, API, automation, and cybersecurity. Because we come across a situation, just before coming and traveling here, I came to know that there is a cyber attack, on one of the suppliers' database, and some of the dear information fear to be leaked. Fortunately, it has not. But that, because of cyber attack, it was exposed to deep web. So this is something which we don't want, and making sure that we adequately have the technology advances, but at the same time we make sure that cyber security is going to be the most important and focused area for us. So while taking significant efforts on smart connected supply chain, we request you to be partner with us on this journey. This is my presentation's last slide. When I know most of us or most of the members here in this hall would like to definitely work with Deere, and we welcome. We want best of the best suppliers to be part of our business journey. How do we connect, or how do you want to connect with us? There is GDSN, what we call is John Deere Supplier Network. You can apply through it, or you can reach out to us. Our coordinates are provided in literature here, provided in IFC. So definitely we would welcome most eligible suppliers, or whosoever wants to have business with Deere. You are more than welcome. So thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Sri Krishna. Thank you, Rajesh, for the excellent presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajesh and Sri Krishna, sir. The John Deere is really dear to all the foundry industry, of course, in terms of the casting demand, as well as in terms of the technological support which give. Of course, it is a demanding customer, but we should work with the customer to progress in the right direction. Now I request Mr. Vijay Menon to hand over the moment to Rajesh.
Yes, we now request Mr. Pradeep Ramaswamy and Mr. Santosh Mangar to make the presentation.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Vijay sir, I have a submission to make. I have not made a good presentation. Till 10 o'clock, I was being called that there is shortage in castings. I lost around 100 engines yesterday. The reason is casting shortage. So because of that, I was not able to make a good presentation. But okay, I will not disappoint you guys. We have made something. Sir will present. Good morning to all once again. Sorry, I just wanted to give a glimpse of what's going on in the casting industry. We will connect what I told now, we will connect at the end of the presentation as well, once again. My name is Pradeep and I lead Tata Cummins Purchasing. And I have with me Mr. Santosh Bangar, who leads the castings for Cummins in India. First of all, let me thank the IFC and the organizing committee for providing an opportunity for us to come and present over here. I would like to thank Cummins, which is my organization, and my boss as well, for allowing me to be over here. And lastly, I would also like to thank my colleague, Mr. Santosh and Akanksha, who helped me in making this presentation. So this is the topic which has been given to us, future demand for castings, how it looks like. What I would going to cover is a few slides about Cummins, which is the overview of Cummins. I'll talk about the macroeconomic indicators because this is one of the indicators which helps us to connect to the industry and to the last mile. We'll talk about the growth in the next 5 years, giving you the glimpse of what we look as Cummins, where we stand today and where we can go. The next one I'll touch upon, even though there is a demand available in plenty, are we ready? So let's talk about some gaps and what are the areas of focus. And lastly, it would be a conclusion, which is, I'll sum it up. Overview of Cummins, just 1 or 2 slides on this. We have 5 operating segments in the world, which we call it as engine business, which I am part of it. Power systems, wherein most of you might have seen the green colored above, that is predominantly called as green color, which is our gensets that belongs to the power systems. And the next business is the component business, which is an allied business for power systems as well as the engine business, wherein we develop or we manufacture turbos, we manufacture after treatments. So this is all part of the components group. There is a big BU which is supporting all these things from a distribution perspective. So we call it as the DBU, that is Distribution Business Unit. And the new thing which is coming is the new power, wherein you guys need not have to worry about, kal battery aa jayega to kya hoga? Even for battery or even for hydrogen cells, even for anything, casting is still required. So you are required for this journey. Moving on to the few statistics about Cummins. We are present in almost around 190 countries and territories, around 60,000 employees worldwide. Last year we made around $24 billion as our sales revenue, and it's increasing this year as well. A good service network, which around 10,000 plus service network, and huge amount getting invested in research and development and the new technologies. Every day we are trying to acquire some new business. There is a recent acquisition as well which happened a few days ago. And not but the least is we are in the industry from last 103 years. So this is all about Cummins which I want to tell. I won't get into more deeper about Cummins. Let's talk about what we want in the industry today. I want to ask you guys a question. How many of you have passed SSC? Oh, only one guy, 2. Okay. So all of you have passed SSC, right? That is 10th standard. No, I'm not talking about your academic 10th standard. What I'm talking about is sustained supply chain. This is what I wanted to talk about. And I want to connect this theme. While I said in the beginning that every day we get as a buyer, my colleagues also might resonate with me. There are 2 aspects that gets questioned to us every day in the morning management sessions. One is, casting क्यों नहीं आया? Second thing, इतना भाव क्यों बढ़ गया? Hope you guys will resonate with me. Why is this happening? But let me talk about the sustained supply chain. And before going to the sustained supply chain, let us understand the macroeconomics. What I will talk about in the macroeconomics and try to link is, these are some of the indicators which we monitor and which I monitor personally as well. And during our communications to our supplier on a monthly basis, we talk about this so that this gives a very good information about what is happening, what can happen as well. The indicators are GST collection, diesel consumption, road construction. These are the three macroeconomic indicators which give you a fair idea about what's happening in the economy. I personally monitor the another one, which is for my industry, that is, which I represent, is the M and HCV sales. Okay, there was some hitch in the presentation, so I'll talk like this itself. This is the key economic indicator like GDP, which talks about the inflation rate, which talks about the highway constructions. So if you see the GDP, there is a good improvement in the GDP. If you see the highway constructions are increasing. And if you see the diesel consumption and the e-way bills, that is also increasing. I'll not get into too much of the numbers on this. If you see, this is one of the very key indicator, that is the GST collection. How is the GST collection trend happening? If you see the GST collection, they dropped over here. Second wave COVID. I have not plotted the first wave of COVID. It was totally at very abysmal levels. This is the second wave. And now it is increasing. So this is the e-way bill collections. Highway constructions. See the highway construction which is happening over here. Diesel product consumption, how the diesel is getting consumed, and how the GST is getting collected. What does it mean is that the economy dipped, it increased. We can see it at the grassroots levels of the buying, grassroots levels of the toll booth collections, grassroots level of diesel consumption. So what it all tells is that there is a very good opportunity going forward, and the industry is in a good shape. Let me talk about, now coming from the macro indicators of overall India, I'll talk about the MHCV sales. This talks about Q1 of 2019, that is the pre-COVID era financial closure year, quarter, and currently where we are. This is not summed up. This is 3 months data. If you can add, it comes to around 110 approximately, thousands of units. So what does it mean? We are somewhere over here. We have not touched 2019 yet. We have still a long way to go to touch to 2019, still a gap of 25% to touch to 2019 levels, which we call it as a very good growth period. Even with less than 25% demand today, I still have casting shortage. This is the major worry as a buyer, as a purchasing leader in the organization. I have a major worry over here. However, the growth and the future looks very bright. So that is where all of us are here as buyers to tell you that future is bright and we need to work jointly. So these are the macroeconomic indicators which I personally monitor. And now let's talk about the growth, how we look at the growth in next 5 years. I have divided this into 3 portions. One is an increasing domestic requirement. Whatever we buy, it gets consumed inside India itself. The second portion will be whatever I buy in India, we inside Cummins add some value to it and then we export out of India. The third one is directly exporting out of India from Cummins supply base. There are few people in this podium wherein they are our suppliers and they supply to several Cummins plants directly. So now talking to the increasing domestic requirement as well as the global, how it looks like. This is our journey, what we look like and what we forecast. In next 5 years, we see a CAGR of 10% inside Cummins itself, only for casting growth. Currently, the spend of Cummins in India is around $32 billion, translating to approximately around 2,300 crores. That is what Mr. Santosh and team buys. If I put overall Cummins Inc., it is around $1.5 billion, approximately somewhere around more than 10,000, 11,000 crores. And out of that, some portion goes out of India. Roughly around 8 to 10% is exported out of India. That is not sufficient for me. Some of the areas which we feel which is going to improve is on the next level of cylinder blocks, castings, thin-walled castings, CGI, the new SIMOCR castings. So all these things are going to be the future bread and butter for all of us. So this is how, according to me, the casting industry looks like for Cummins. As I told you, the next one is the increasing local requirement for exports with the value add. And the last but not the least is the direct export opportunity. One more thing is, in the direct export opportunity today, in last 1 year, Santosh and team has got a lot of global RFQs to be supplied out of India. And the reason for that is, there is a reduced manufacturing in US and Europe. All of us know that very well. So the US, for various reasons, they want to reduce. Many people think this is a dirty job. Let me be very frank into that. And they want to push it to India or to China, but I don't feel so. This is soil at the end of the day. Nothing is dirty. So this is, coming to India, we should embrace this as a big opportunity. So if you see this, the casting productivity by country, this is dated to 2019. I have not put a 2021 graph. The reason is that will be a bit skewed. Let's stick to 2019 pre-COVID era. India is the second largest casting producer in the world. First is China. But what I feel is the business will move from China to India, and there are businesses moving from down the countries, that is Japan, Germany, Russia to India. So over a period of time, this India bar should get bigger with the contribution of this Indian industry. So this is how this global scenario looks like. And also a couple of things are which supports all these things is labor shortage, raw material shortage, and also one more thing is movement away from China as a risk mitigation. Many of the companies, lot of RFQs came to India to develop, and at that time we struggled a lot to find a reliable partner. So with this, let me just move to the gaps and areas of focus. Let me be pinpointed and calling upon these areas of focus, which as a buyer, as a purchasing leader, which I want the industry to focus on. Quality, cost, and delivery. First is quality. We need Q, then is C, and then is D. It all adds. Don't ship 100% to us with defects. Even for example, if it is 10 numbers less, if all 90 are okay, it is perfectly okay. So quality is at most important. For example, I'll just quote. I supply blocks, machined finished blocks from India to our plants in UK. And for that, the casting vendor is Neosim. And this story is 2020 August, September timeframe, where there were demands in the casting and we were not able to supply. The rejection rate was 95%. Rejection rate for 95%, we had taken the business, we had to supply from India. One point in time, we thought that should we write a letter stating that we can't supply from India. We didn't do that. This team in India stood up, and today the story is totally different. Today we are able to produce more than 75% RTY. That is, at the finish stage, the block is 75% okay. 25% still rejection is there, which we are working on. So this is another emphasis which I want to talk about. But the capacity is available. I am surviving. Earlier, there was a thing that we have a plant in US called as Rocky Mount. They supply to Darlington, that is in UK. There was a lot of fight between India and US, wherein that team in US said that we will supply from US. Then we said we will supply from India. And today I can proudly say I am adequately capacitized and we are able to supply. And now we tell, kitna chahiye bolo hum utna denge aapko. That was the turnaround which the team did, and that focus is required. Now, why this happens is, one is, what I've seen is, there is lack of seriousness on quality. चलता है attitude है आज भी, नहीं चलता है. It doesn't. Aesthetics are at most important. कितने लोगों के पास iPhone है? More than 50% will have the touch and feel of iPhone. But please don't tell that iPhone के जैसा पैसा नहीं देते हो करके, वो अलग बात है. I will not talk about that. But the only thing is, touch and feel is very important. देखने के बाद ऐसा लगना चाहिए कि हाँ ये सुंदर है करके, अप्रतिम है. That is what we want in castings. It's not that I still see casting आता है, पुट्टी भर के आ जाता है, and then बाद में machine करने के बाद निकल जाता है. Absolutely not acceptable. So lack of seriousness. Then the next one is lack of automation. I was going through the newspapers, this is a few days ago, this is from Times of India, which I cut out. And I thought this is very well applicable for this industry. There was a very proud feeling in the newspaper stating that, oh, we are automated. Industry is moving to Industry 4.0. Fantastic. But if you see, it is all auto OEMs who are doing in the assembly line. What are you doing as casting manufacturers? How many of you have automated the things? How many of you feel that the core is very important and you handle the core like a baby? How many of you people do that? Core टूट जाता है, radius खत्म हो जाता है, कुछ भी निकल के आ जाता है. So, automation is right amount of automation. I won't tell that you should have automation for everything. We are Indians. We should not do that. We should put our brains and heads to it and see what is the right amount of automation that needs to be done. This is April. Come May, I will have sleepless nights because of shortage. क्यों? फिटलिंग करने वाले भाग गए, गांव चले गए. Or in south, they will not come out of the homes because they get whatever they want inside the homes. The people will not turn to the industry. This is the real problem of casting industry. We want a right amount of automation to be put in place so that the dependency is reduced to a good extent. Then the next thing is on delivery. When I talk about delivery, the first thing that comes to my mind is the unsustained supply chain. What do you mean by unsustained supply chain? Let me talk about, there is a huge hue and cry on availability of scrap and pig iron. वो तो बहुत बड़ी बात होगी. वो तो दुनिया भर के सभी लोगों को मालूम है. But what I want to emphasize is on the smaller things that you put it into the casting, that is the inoculants, basically. And the fragility coming because of this. I am not able to put the entire thing. Whatever I could understand, we are able to put it. That itself suggests that how fragile we are. For example, if you see on the right hand side, which is the origin, please look at the origin. India is not there on all the lines. India is there only on rhodiums or FEMG, that's all. Ferromanganese we are able to get in India. Rest, ferrosilicon, moly, silicon, nickel, copper, bentonite, whatever you name, the raw material. As casting manufacturers, you also don't know where it comes from. You think that you are getting it from a trader. That trader will buy from another trader. See, I have already mapped tier 1, tier 2. These are trader names. Where, who buys from where. But I don't know what is the further supply chain. This is the fragility what we have. And this is where I want the industry, this industry to focus on so that you know that entire masala is available. ये simple है. दाल बन गई, तड़के के लिए रख दिया, तेल डाल दिया, राई नहीं है, ढूंढते बैठ गए राई के लिए. This is what is called as inoculants, but which is very much required. So, India hardly appears in the origin, which needs to be taken care of, needs to be further pondered upon, which will definitely lead to the fragile supply chain. Or leading to the fragile supply chain. We do have a growth. Currently itself we are in shortage. We are seeing a growth further as well. And we are proudly telling India can be a hub for casting manufacturing. But if we don't address these small issues, these are going to bite us hard. And this is going to pull us down with our credibility, which should not happen. And the last one is on the input cost variation. Yes, there is a lot of cost increases are there. Every day it doesn't go that I get a number of bombardments from my casting team that approval de do. 5 rupaye बढ़ गया, 8 रुपए बढ़ गया, which used to happen once in a year, twice in a year. It used to happen 6 monthly once, started happening quarterly, started happening monthly. Yes, we are addressing these issues, but the problem is, one thing that you need to guys to understand is supply, don't stop. People will support you. Because of you not procuring the raw material, we end up into the premium. Then another fight starts. Premium कौन pay करना है, क्यों pay करना है? So it is all double whammy. So this needs to be plugged. And the last one is on the internal rejections, which I emphasized in the quality as well, that internal rejections needs to be taken care of, and you should think not of TCO आता तो 5% नहीं 10% डाल ही देते रिजेक्शन करके. No. Why 10% rejection in casting? Why can't you go to a single decimal levels in casting? That should be the aim at the production stage, and then when it comes to us, then it will be further filtered, and when it goes to further customer, it will be like a precision component. That needs to be done. Okay, so with this I conclude Growth is visible for the next 5 years. There is no doubt about it. There is growth. Absolutely there is growth, which is clearly visible. This industry needs to stand up to the expectation. I'm very clear onto it, and IFC will definitely push this forward. Because if we don't do, we will lose our credibility. What are the focus that are required on? Sustained supply chain, which we talk about, that was my theme for the entire presentation, for mitigating the risk of supply chain and also having adequate capacity in place. You should plan for capacity. Don't be very miser in putting up the capacity. Have the correct capacity in place, and then, or to an extent that you can quickly augment the capacity in a very short span of time. I know cash flow will be a problem. You guys will end up into a lot of other situations. We do understand that. But when the demand knocks your door as an opportunity, at that time, we should not keep our doors closed. Lakshmi jab aati hai, pata nahi chalta hai. So have the capacity in place. New generation castings. This is very important. We are getting into an era of thin-walled castings in blocks. For example, weight is getting reduced in the blocks and cylinder heads. CGI, D5S, these are some of the material nomenclatures which is going to come. And as you guys know about all these things, CMOC, CR castings. So these are coming up in the next few months or 1 or 2 years time frame. Already I am working on a thin-walled casting already. The next one is developing a mindset for world-class quality. Importance to aesthetics. Very clear. There has to be an importance to aesthetics. अरे क्या फर्क पड़ता है इसके ऊपर तो पेंट लग जाता है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? बॉनेट थोड़ी देख के कोई देखेगा कास्टिंग कैसा है करके. No. Touch and feel is very, very important. Let it be superb whatever we supply from India. Reduced rejections providing a high rolled throughput yield. That means from the casting stage till you are machining and going to your assembly line or at the assembly, your entire RTY should be good. According to me, it should be greater than 99%. Then I can proudly tell this is an excellent manufacturing setup. We should get to that level. Not but the least, affordable cost. I am a purchase guy, so at the end of the day, I will talk about cost. All these things should come at an affordable price, affordable cost to us. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep and Santosh, having very wonderful and insight about the demand as well as the gaps which as a foundry industry we have. And on behalf of foundry industry, we assure you that we'll definitely try to improve and come to your expectation. Cummins, Cummins is generating the power which everybody wants, but they are generating the power since 103 years, and they generate the power, but they don't use the power. They allow others to use the power. That is the beauty of Cummins. And now I request Mr. Vijay Menon to hand over the memento to Pradeep and Santosh.
Hello. We heard all of our speakers about the growth, quality, consistency, delivery, and all the focus. Now I request our session chairman, Mr. Vijay Menon, to sum up it. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, while you are writing down the questions and sending it, I thought I'll just summarize what has been discussed so far. See, one thing that you would have all understood is that these people sitting here represent large companies buying large quantum of castings. They're very large companies buying large quantum of castings, and they dictate the fortunes of the foundry industry. Now, these companies have a very long history. Some of them said 118 years. John Deere, I'm sure, is 180 years old. There's some companies more than 100 years old. And these companies don't become so good, consistently remain so good for such long periods of time unless they have a very strong process focus. One thing that didn't come out, but which I would like to bring out to you, is that these companies are very, very, very strongly process focused. That is the focus, and when we work with these companies, fortunately through personal experience I can tell you that these companies are a pleasure to work with. It's a pleasure to work with them, and you not only learn from them, you also, in the process of imbibing that process culture, you bring in new efficiencies into the company. You bring in more cost effectiveness into the company. So by working the process way, we are able to get better efficiencies, we are able to get better effectiveness, the rejection levels that were talked of can come down. All this can happen. You know, rejection is just a process gone wrong. If the process is followed correctly, the rejection should come down. So typically the Indian foundries, I can assure I can assure you that there are capabilities existing in the Indian foundry to meet requirements of international standards. And those capabilities do exist, and I think we can rise up to the challenge. The next thing is we talked of rising raw material prices. Rising raw material prices, unfortunately, we don't have much control over rising raw material prices. I personally feel somebody, some corner of the world attacks some other country in some other corner of the world, and domestically the prices start going up. We don't have control, but as you said, if the supply chain can be more scientifically managed, the effectiveness of that can be minimized. But there is no stoppage to human greed. You know, the invasion of Ukraine was looked at or is looked at by many companies as an opportunity to make a quick buck. And that we can't stop. That is something that we have to live with, and I think this raw material price issue will continue for some time, and we need to find solutions for that particular situation. You also said that you expect demand over 10 years to rise very strongly. But I don't know, with the EV threat coming so hard and so fast, do you think this kind of a trend will be continued going forward, or are you still very optimistic about the kind of growth that you're projecting? I would like to discuss with you. Maybe the question-answer session might throw up these questions also. And I feel basically we have come to almost the end of a very, very well articulated, very well presented session. I will wait for the question answer session. Let's understand the kind of questions the audience has in mind. And after that, I think we'll sum up again and close the session. Thank you.
We have kept two persons with the mic. You can take that mic and ask the questions you want. Just raise your hand, he'll come to you.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
My question answer. I have one question.
Uh, Excuse me, before asking a question, my suggestion, please name yourself, name of the company, and whom you are addressing to this question.
Sure,
And
sir.
my suggestion to all the Foundry dignitaries, please don't ask any questions embarrassing about the cost or price for the castings. Thank you.
Sure, sir. My name is Pankaj Soni. I am from Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited. My question is to Cummins India and Cummins abroad. Sir, we are supplying casting IC engine for you. So my question is, which one will vanish first, BS6 or IC engine? Or we can have a hope for next 5 years?
Hello. Let me answer it very lightly to you. जब तक मैं रिटायर नहीं होऊंगा तब तक ऐसे इंजन नहीं जाएगा, ठीक है? And I have a long career to go.
I think this mic is not good. You can go there.
Hello. Thanks for that question. Just on a lighter side, जब तक मैं ये इंडस्ट्री में हूँ तब तक casting नहीं जाने वाला है. Okay, IC engine नहीं जाने वाला है. Now coming back to the facts, is that it's a long journey at this point in time, which we are saying. One is commercial vehicles right now is working on IC engines. The next era could be a hybrid, and a subsequent era could be an electric as well. But overall gamut, if you see, everything will coexist. It will not go away. So you need not have to worry about, oh, BS6 तक चला जाएगा क्या करके. Please don't ask that question because I'm working on BS7 already, that is Euro 7, 2027 or 2031 launch. I am already working on that for developing the castings and with some of you as well. So don't get afraid or frightened with reference to BS6 चला जाएगा, BS6 के बाद में क्या है करके. BS6 के बाद में still diesel will be there. For example, America has still not cracked its diesel quantum what they have. So there will always be certain diesel engines running in the world. So don't worry about it. And as I said, again I'm telling, it will coexist, it will not go away.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharad Bhupalam from Technorings, Shivamogga, Karnataka. So this is a question to all buyers. What are the prospects of hot-tempered ductile iron castings in the future, which is a much lighter and better material compared to general gray iron, ductile iron castings?
There is a mic. You can use that mic.
So thank you for your question, valid question. ADI is definitely on the horizon. We see ADI potential to a large extent. The only issue which we see from Deere perspective is earlier there was technological types who were providing ADI, technologically some know-how to Indian foundries. But with that going off, particularly I'm talking about heat treatment, and then the facilities which are going to be set up to establish ADI, consistency is going to be the challenge. And I see the basic, roadblock, I would say, or a major challenge would be how do we establish that capability. Nevertheless, we are actively working on some of our changes. We in the Deere world, for India, also for US, there are, sourcing which is under discussion for ADI. So the future is definitely going to be there, but it has to be more seen in light with replacement of steel castings and not replacement of ductile iron or gray iron castings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Before that, there's one small auxiliary question that I would like to pose before them. And that is, see, there is a lot of fear. I think EV was raised as one big fear in the foundryman's mind. And there is a fear that EV will come and take away a lot of business. So, as a corollary, what can happen is people might scale down on investments, thinking that EV will come and their capacities will be underutilized. EVs will, the scaling down of investments in traditional casting would come down, which could potentially lead to a shortage for you. So I think one area where you need to clarify is, do you think a situation will come where the Indian foundry capacities which are already existing would become redundant in a short span of time? Maybe.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that fear might be there, but as I told earlier as well, for example, in last 2 years, what you see in Cummins is, I'll talk about Cummins. There are 3 partnerships which we have been done in the worldwide. One is Daimler, Isuzu, and the other one. So there is an aggregation of diesel manufacturers going on in the world. And what happens is probably in America somebody might scale it down, but that's an opportunity for India. And that's where what we have projected today is 10% is a very conservative number which we have provided over here. Second thing is with reference to EV, there are different theories which are coming up. This is a new nascent thing which is coming up. First thing is when an EV is there, for that to charge you should have a battery as well. Electricity should be available. That also poses a question with reference to the input power source. The second one is, today people are telling EV, it's a low pollution or zero pollution, or we are moving towards zero carbon. But when you are making a battery, whatever will come up as a lifetime in the diesel engine, you have already generated in the start itself. So even that has started coming up, and probably because of this, one thing which I strongly feel is that EV can be an intermediary step. The next step, just like in India, it became from BS4 to BS6. Direct, we didn't go to BS5. Similarly, it could be that it can so happen, the world can jump from diesel to hydrogen. This could be something. And at the end of the day, whatever you want, that is what I mentioned very briefly in my presentation as well. To package all these things, casting is required. You are an industry wherein you are not going to be redundant. Probably the number of cylinder blocks might come down, but there could be an increase in the hydrogen packaging casting. So these things will always be there. And also again, as I told you, there is no need to fear for the Indian industry especially, because we are going to get the business from the European nations or from US or from China to India. So there is a long, long way for this industry to go. But when we are doing this, as I told you, this is not a dirty job. People should make even the foundries clean and also look at the environment as well. Then that gives a morale to the environment also. So hope I answered your question, sir.
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Somen Mondol, General Manager Manufacturing.
Be loud.
Hello, I am Somen Mondal, General Manager Manufacturing
Yeah.
of NSI India
One moment,
Limited.
one moment. Sir wanted to add what Mr. Pradeep has just said.
Yeah, I just thought of, adding our perspective. So, one thing that will happen for sure is, and it is happening, is almost every OEM is announcing their plans for electrifications for their product lines. Okay. John Deere is also not an exception. We are also having certain targets to offer electric products in each of our product line. So, what is important for all of us, to get the answer that Mr. Menon talked about is the time has come for us to offer these products and let customers have a choice. Because there is still a lot of confusion. You have hybrid, you have diesel, you have electrification going on, you have compact batteries coming in. Batteries are able to store more power, run more longer. A lot of technological innovations happening in battery. That is again challenging a lot of things. So in my opinion, next few years, I would say next 3 to 5 years will be critical. But most important will be for the customers to have choice and the customers to decide what they want to buy. What they want to buy will also depend upon, what is their operating cost and the infrastructure available to manage those vehicles. If I see in terms of opportunity to us, I think electrification happening globally can be a boon for India. When I say boon for India, especially when I talk about products like foundries, where some of the castings may get replaced by electric components, the scale of manufacturing of some of those manufacturers globally will come down because electrification will go up. Those businesses can become much more costlier than what they are today. The advantage will obviously shift to the businesses where they can manage that scale of economy more competitively, and in my opinion, India can benefit. Imagine if electrification speeds up, a lot of casting foundries may not be viable to make those components, and that business can come to India. So this is a matter that I think, Mr. Menon, I feel we need to discuss more often, communicate more, because obviously there is a anxiety, what will happen. But my feeling is India will stand to gain a lot, be able to support global requirements of castings much more with the changes that will happen in the manufacturing globally because of electrification, especially casting. Another thing is, other than blocks, blocks and heads, which is typically where we are talking electrification, the fundamental weight of the machines, those machines which work for the land, are not reducing. We need the traction, we need weight of the machine. So weight, so far and so long, the weight is required on the machines to perform certain operations. The machine that work for the land, there will always be a demand. So I don't think that we will have significant challenge or change in terms of capacity utilization for the castings. That's my view.
Your question, please.
Audible now?
Yes.
Good morning everybody, I am Somen Mondal, General Manager Manufacturing of NSI India Limited. And we have the facility to produce the automotive castings, and we have the facilities of infrastructures as well as the human resources also. And we want to supply the castings to the respected, renowned customers like Dana India, John Deere and Cummins. So we would like to contact with the relevant persons over there for few questions I do have, like whether the castings to be supplied in machine conditions or not, or whether we need the TS certification or not. So I need to discuss in person actually. So can I get the contact numbers of them?
Do you want to answer? Because this is a very basic question. I think you should talk to your supply chain and get those numbers open. And I am sure since these giants are sitting over here, it is not very easy. You can see over here, you have their contacts, but to have a basic qualification like everybody was saying, including SSC, these are most important. But however, I think Mr. Kadam like to answer your question. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I think these contacts are already available with uh, the committee here. And we will also leave our contacts here, whoever want to contact us, or you can visit our website. There also you can get our contacts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello. I have a question.
Just want to tell that how you are here, we are also here to see whether we can get good casting suppliers. So we will give you our contacts. We are not hesitating to give you our contacts. You can send your company profiles, and based on our requirement and based on your company, how strong it is, so we will come, our buyers will contact you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Pillai from Riddhi Castings. I have a specific question on dynamics of the industry as far as the RM raw material is concerned.
Not
Now,
able to hear you properly. Please specific. Be. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes, now it's okay. Mr. Anukumar from Riddhi Castings, Kolhapur.
Now, Mr. Ramaswamy specifically mentioned about India overtaking China in the years to come, probably 2025. Now, I have a question to him and to other buyers. How do you compare the dynamics of the market of China as compared to India in terms of indexing of the RM plus the kind of support we get from the government or from the financial institutions to mobilize and liquidate their activities in a more dynamic way? Thank you.
This question is to Mr. Ramaswamy. When you were talking about the trends and growth, everything.
Comparing with China and India, China is a total different ball game, wherein a lot of things are subsidized in China, which is not done in India. For example, it starts from when you want to purchase a land for your plant, there is no subsidy that gets to you. Similarly, with reference to the raw material, currently there is nothing subsidy that is coming in. From an overall perspective, if you see, I want to dealing, if you ask me, I will dealing from China with reference to what we see in India. And as I told earlier as well, earlier whatever we used to see in the past, like once in 2 years, this has come down to a least count of once in a month, which none of us are able to handle. Hopefully this situation will ease out in the next coming quarters. That's what I feel, because there are a lot of, as Mr. Vijay Menon also mentioned, that some part of the world, something is happening, it is hitting all of us. COVID, for example. So for example, if I now again come to COVID, we are strongly placed in India. I can proudly tell as India, we are strongly placed at this point in time, because having a Foundry Congress itself is showing today that we are self-resilient from that perspective. China is gone into lockdowns again. It could be a fourth wave or whatever it is, or is it, why they are doing it, we don't know, because we also closely monitor that. So this is my jumbled answer to you, which I have in my mind as well, like how you asked your question. I am also not able to tell you 1, 2, 3, 4. But what I feel is that as a buyer, I will deal in China at this point in time, and I will just concentrate on what is happening in India, because certain things we are unable to control, as Mr. Menon said, which is rightly, we are unable to control. But as buyers, we do have a mechanism how to control it. For me, it might be different. For Deere, it might be different. For Dana, it might be different. But still, all of us are working as a giants in the industry. We are working to see to it that the industry still continues, doesn't suffer, but may not help you with 100% of our recovery as well. So it is, at this point in time, what I can tell is कपड़ा फंस गया है हमारा, कपड़ा कैसे निकालना है. When you take out, there will be some amount of damage that will happen always. That is how I can sum it up. I hope I answered your question. I didn't answer your question?
Hello. Vinod Agarwal from Bombay.
Hello. Yeah, I think the question is unanswered. I need some more inputs.
Probably, you can ask specifically the question, I will tell whether I know it or not.
Yeah, the RM, you spoke specifically on the inoculants and other things, which obviously is a major part has come from China. Having said that, the challenges are always there. And we overtaking China is, I think, a big exclamation mark. I don't completely agree with it, with your thoughts on that, which you spoke. Yeah.
Thank you. Silicon. 7 months ago, we hit with silicon. Silicon was a shortage. The prices increased from 230 rupees to 1,200 rupees within a span of few months, span of few days. Since I'm a Tata Cummins, I went to my principals, that is Tata Motors, and said that because of silicon, my engine price is going to get increased by 10,000 rupees for you. Okay. I got hit with silicon. Second one is neon. I got hit with neon. Raw neon comes from Russia, gets purified, 99.5% of the world, of the majority of the thing gets purified in Ukraine. War happened, neon, there was shortage of neon. That hit us, and we didn't know till then purified neon is required even for chip manufacturing as well. So why I brought up this is, whatever I told is just a tip of the iceberg. I am not here to answer all your questions. But what I am trying to tell is, at this point in time, every day, I get hit with a surprise. Yesterday, I lost 100 engines because of something, which is not at all. So, what we want is you to analyze. I am not, sitting at Tata Cummins, buying a casting, I cannot keep on drilling down the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, where it is coming. This industry needs to work on that and understand where the fragility is there. I just gave just a snapshot and an overview that how are we getting hit. 3 months ago, we got hit with scrap. लोगों ने बोला कि टाटा स्टील में स्क्रैप अवेलेबल नहीं है मेल्ट करने के लिए. I was not able to make oil pans. I didn't get roll sheets. So things come and hit us in a very different way. I just tried, since all of us are there, I am not trying to give the entire picture of what is happening in the industry, but it is just a food for thought, wherein you take this as an assignment. Homework तो देना चाहिए ना बच्चों को, ऐसे हम भी homework दे रहे हैं. Take it as a food for thought, drill deep into it, understand where the supply chain is, and then mitigate your risk accordingly. I hope I was crystal clear now.
Yes. Hello. Hello. I think Mr. Kadam would like to
say something.
Respond to that.
I think someone mentioned about the China, the costs are rising here. So we are also interacting with our colleagues in China. Costs are not just rising here, costs are rising everywhere. They are rising in China, rising in Europe, rising in United States. The labor cost in China is rising phenomenally. There are issues going on with China on the pollution side. So a lot of foundries are getting closed. So we don't have to get a threat from China. We have to focus on Western world. There is a huge opportunity to export to the Western world. We are just 11 million metric tons out of total 113 metric tons produced in the world. So China is the biggest casting supplier to the world. 45% of the castings are produced in China. But we have a big opportunity ahead of us. Mr. Pradeep also mentioned we don't have to worry about even electrification. So we have enough opportunities. We have to build capacities. We have to focus on quality and producing world-class castings. Thank you.
We have time for 2 more questions. I think there's somebody there. Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
Vinod Agrawal.
Good morning. Vinod Agarwal here from Bombay. In the present scenario, you talked about affordable casting price, where the casting prices are almost tallying with the raw material prices. How do we cope up with our customers? We go on supplying to our multinational customers. We can't lose them. We have to go on supplying. But how do you see the future for the streams?
Vinodji, your question to any specific?
Cummins last speaker was there.
Pradeep sir is going to hit today.
See, this problem of what you are telling is with reference to the price increase. You are only, for example, today I handle, for example, 210 suppliers. And we get hit from 210 suppliers every day from your marketing team that the price is increasing. We also understand that. And second thing is, we are also going to the OEMs and telling them that yes, the prices are increasing. What we do in Cummins is we do have a back-to-back settlements on metal market. Okay. So there is an index which is available. For example, there is a MMR, there is LME. So all these things are index based. If you're transparent with your customer with reference to the weight and whatever you are giving, have a TCO based approach and tell them about the weights and everything, and you have a back-to-back settlement on a part number basis, it becomes very easy with reference to you getting a compensation. Sometimes based on your agreement with your customer, it can be a prospective settlement or it can be a retrospective settlement. The only thing is that you may get hit for 1 month or a quarter based on your agreement, but your OEM is going to compensate you. So the message is very clear. You need not have to bog down. If you don't have a back-to-back settlement or if you don't have an agreement with your customer, then I don't have an answer for that. Then you will be a crying baby. If you have to have a long-term agreement, if you are a strategic partner, then definitely there will be a long-term agreement signed with you. And in the long-term agreement, metal market is part of the agreement. For us, metal market, warranty, Forex, even we protect our suppliers on Forex. Similar fashion, we are going to our customers and also having a back-to-back settlement. For example, if I'm buying something today from him or from him, I go to my customer and declare these are the raw materials and in my engine this much is the content of the raw material. And for example, if I'm buying the casting, even we are talking about the power, we are talking about the DG, we are talking about the labor, everything. If you want to have your company profitable, first thing is you have to be a strategic partner. Second thing is you have to be transparent with your customer. Third thing, you should have an agreement with your customer on all these indices, which is linked. And believe me, the purchasing industry is highly matured today. It's not that you just come with an product price increase and the buyer will say, okay, sir, आप supply नहीं करो, मैं आपको approval दे देता हूँ. No. So there are indices which work very clearly, and if you work based on that, you are protected. That is what I can tell.
Thank you very much. Only one question will be. Sorry. Yeah.
So this has been discussed quite a long time, and I knew that before coming to this podium that cost is going to be something which is going to be a major focus and raw material changes. So I thought I'll add something to what Pradeep is saying. You know, see, we have to understand one thing is we follow certain indexes. Then we go back and say, okay, this is changed. So we go back to OEMs and say that, okay, now my price is X, now it has gone to Y, and you have to compensate. And similarly, we also go back to our customers, and then they say, okay, now my tractor price has changed from something to something, 8% increase, 9%, 10% increase. Now, is it a valid argument per se or assumption? Yes, it is. But are we doing something new to this? Nothing. You know, it is as good as I take a check and I ask my customers and go back and ask for money, which he's unwilling to pay right now, right? So last 2 months, I talk about particularly tractor segment. You would have seen that last 2 years, we have seen boom in tractor, and particularly last year, we stood somewhere around 950,000 tractors as an industry, and you know, all my colleagues, tractor industry colleagues are here, so they'll also agree. There is a certain percentage with which we can go back to our farmers and ask for compensation in terms of commodities. Now we cannot go back, you know, all of a sudden. You know, when I was traveling from a location and I was coming back, this is around 6th March, 8th March, and I kept on getting phone calls. I was feeling like, you know, I'm not supposed to drive or something. At some point in time, you know, somebody in the morning, he called me, pig iron prices 2 रुपए से बढ़ गया. जब तक मैं बीच में आया था 4 रुपए से बढ़ गया. जब तक मैं end कर रहा था 600 kilometers 6 रुपए से बढ़ गया था. So if this kind of expectation is from OEM that within 6 hours or 8 hours or 1 day or 2 days, you increase your pricing by 6 or 8 rupees a kg, it is impossible for anybody to imagine, predict or something. So we from Deere, we talked internally, we talked to our business partners, most of them are sitting here also. So what we talked is, see, there are no doubt that raw material pricing has gone up. We need to cope up with the pricing. There are ways and means to do that. I'm also talking to my industry colleagues, and we are also agreeing to a certain way of compensation. Now that will be always remaining as whether it is sufficient, whether the foundry should make a cash loss or something like that. So I went back to our team, ETEC team, and then we talked that when we talk about innovation, when we talk about, thinking new within Deere, I just wanted to take this as an example. We collected data from Europe and US from our own foundry. John Deere owns a foundry in Waterloo, and it's a big foundry which makes about 20,000 tons a month, and we have a lot of data. So we talked to them and we collected a lot of data from there, and then we said, this is the first time we are seeing that each and every foundry needs to look at their melt mix, how much scrap, what is the returns, what is the CI boring, and what is that optimization solution available to keep the supply chain running, supply chain resilience, as well as flexibility. Is this going to be working out to be a best possible solution for all industry? It is not. But is this a way? Yes, it is a way. We have worked out data analytics, advanced data analytics tools. We worked with some of our partners, business foundries, and we collected data and we provided them a solution which optimizes percentage of scrap in melt mix, returns, boring if it is possible, because most of the tractor related castings are 200 grade, 220 grade, at the most 240 grade, 250 grade, not more than that. So we optimize that melt mix and we are able to retain advantage of using pig iron 60-70% versus reducing it to between 5 to 25%, and 5 to 6 rupees kg is advantage what we are seeing. How long it is going to sustain depends on how fast the scrap prices are going to catch up with the pig iron prices. Is it required for flexibility? Yes. Does it require a scientific model? Yes. We have done that. So apart from only talking to OEMs and passing on the cost, this is something which we expect our business partners to work along with OEMs, and how do we make it flexible for both? This is not going to be OEM versus, our business partners and versus some other, this is, everybody of us know that raw material of making a pig iron has gone up, but not to this extent. We see coal prices coming up and down, coking coal prices coming up and down, iron ore prices coming up and down. It had increased at one point in time. After that, it has been continuously reduced. But yes, geopolitical situation has impacted us, and this is an opportunity costing which is going on currently. So we all agree to tackle to this situation, but not to this extent that, okay, now it has increased 10 rupees, let's increase the final product cost. I'm talking about what is afforded by our farmers to increase by X amount. It is not the solution. We have to work together and find the optimal solution. And there is means available, and data analytics is one of the tools which we can use definitely. Just add-on thought on what Pradeep is saying. Thank you.
This is the last question. You can take their card when they are on this thing. And this is the last question. Who's there? Anybody?
My name is Manasha. I'm the Executive Director of Super Kino Equipment. We are one of the legacy sponsors. My question is regarding R&D. We all know that making commercial vehicles lighter is definitely more fuel efficient. And European car manufacturers like Daimler and Volkswagen, they have ramped up their use of non-ferrous components, for example, aluminium, up to 400 to 500 kilos. Whereas Indian automobiles, we are struggling even at 150 to 200 kilograms. So my question is to the industry experts, where do you see the trend changing in automobile sector where more and more non-ferrous components get incorporated?
If we compare with reference to Europe, first let me compare with reference to the passenger car vehicle. This is two different segments. One is passenger car vehicle and the second one is the commercial vehicle. Yes, definitely weight is one of the factors. In passenger car vehicles, yes, people are going for more light-weighted, but there is also a different phenomena over there. As you go light, and the power of the engine increases, then the traction on the road decreases. So you need to have certain weight. Like as Mr. Kulkarni said, there has to be a weight component. So it's not going to go away. That's one. Second thing is in the commercial vehicles, which I can tell is, it won't be going, we are not going to that light what it will be there in the commercial, in the passenger car vehicles. What we are looking at is the new design of the, for example, block and head is the major thing in the engine. So what we are looking at is thin-walled castings. For example, if today there is a X liter of engine which weighs X kilograms, tomorrow what our designers are doing is to reduce it by 15% by having the metallurgy stronger and also reducing the weight. So this is what is the coming near future trend which I am looking at in the commercial vehicles.
Thank you. I think, I feel that we are, that there is some TV serial, Saas Bahu Ka Rishta. So the session is like that, Saas Bahu Ka Rishta, but don't forget, सास भी बहू थी और बहू भी सास बनने वाली है. So this is the relation we have with all the customers and of course with the vendors. So let's carry on. This रिश्ता कभी टूटा नहीं है but चलता भी है और चलता रहेगा. So now I hand over to Shamal madam for further process.
Only, one comment is this is the first time SAS has become Bahu and Bahu has become SAS.
Thank you very much all the delegates here. We have to honor our session chairman. I request our president, Shri Devendra Jain, to be on this to come on the stage and honor this. To our session chairman, Mr. Manish Patrikar, Suresh Chavan, please be on the stage. Thank you very much, all the delegates. We'll be having one more session of casting buyers after 15 minutes break. Thank you very much, all the casting buyers, Mr. Mohan Kadam, Mr. Santosh Bangar, Mr. Pradeep Ramaswamy, Mr. Vijay Menon, Mr. Rajesh Idlabadkar, and Mr. Kulkarni. Thank you very much, sir. We invite you for the lunch. Hello. There will be one more session of casting buyers after 15 minutes break. Please come again within 15 minutes only, because we don't have time much. Only 15 minutes break we are giving. It will start by 1:45. You can take the cards of casting buyers when they come down, and then you can contact them.
Hello, hello. Hello. Check.
ठीक है अभी टाइम ना
Check. Hello. Hello. Hey. 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 Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. One.
Hello, hello, check. Good afternoon to all of you. Hello. Video desktop, please. Hello. आप थोड़ा साइड में रहो. Hello. Start. Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. May I have an attention? Good, good afternoon, sir, madam. Myself Parth Raj Katara. I am from BioBuild Solutions Private Limited. Our industry is basically mainly focused on innovation.
From which company?
I am from BioBuild Solutions Private Limited.
But then how can you say anything on that? But how can you
I know, I'm so sorry. I apologize for it. I know I shouldn't have to do like this.
Then you can't do like this.
Hello. I request everyone to get settled, and also we have a lounge at the left end where you can have your discussion.
Hello, check one, check. Hello, check one. Hey, hello, check. Hello, check one. Hey, hey, check. Hello, check one. Hey, hello, check one. Check one. Pardon me?
to settle down as we will start the session in the next 2 minutes.
Hello. Please everybody, request everybody to settle down, please. We'll be starting the second session immediately. Hello. Hello, Mr. Saibal Sen. Yeah, we'll start the session. There are people waiting, you know. Everybody is hungry. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, friends. Requesting everybody to take your seats for the next session. This is on a discussion on future demand of castings. Please take your seats, please, so that we can call the members on the dais. The session chairman for this session is Mr. R.K. Sabu, and I would request Mr. Sabu to come to the dais. Mrs. Aroskar, somebody can escort Mrs. Sabu to the dais. I would request some of the delegates who are sitting on the back rows, all the seats in the front are vacant. You could come forward, please. The lecture would be audible. Also, your questions could be taken up in a better fashion if you come forward. I'll just quickly go through a brief introduction of Mr. Sabu. Of course, Mr. Sabu needs no introduction. Everybody knows him in the ductile iron casting business. Mr. Sabu is the Executive Director of Cores India Limited. By profession, Mr. Sabu is a qualified chartered accountant and has more than 4 decades of experience in the industry. Mr. Sabu started his career with Hindustan Unilever, and since then, since 1987, he has been associated with Cores India Limited in various capacities. Mr. Sabu has hands-on experience of shop floor practices with modern management outlook and corporate work culture. I would now request Mr. Sabu to take over to request all the panel members to come to the dais. Thank you, Mr. Sabu.
Hello. I request Mr. Vikas Nadgir, DGM Strategic Sourcing, Mahindra & Mahindra, to come on dais. Please escort someone. Yes, sir. Nice to see you. Now I request Mr. N. Santhana Gopalan, SGM, Simpson and Company, to come on dais. Now I request Mr. Mahendran Kamraj, SQM QA, Simpson and Company Limited. Welcome you. Now I request Mr. Chandrakant Bande, Supply Quality Assurance Manager, Atlas Copco. Welcome you. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Now I request Mr. Abhijit Jayant Advant, Deputy Manager Sourcing, FE Metals, Eaton.
Hello. Sorry to say, sir, he has got some problems, so he's not able to attend. So, and Mr. Praveen Katte also, you can tell about that. Okay.
Mr. Pankaj Bhosle, Commodity Manager, Eaton.
Yeah, both are from Advent, so they were not able to come because of this
And Mr. Praveen Katte
COVID
is
problems. You know, their company has not allowed them to come.
And Mr. Praveen Katte is also not able to come. Okay, so we start the session.
We can start the session,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, thank you. Now I request Mr. Vikas Nadgir to please give your views.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Vikas Nadgir, looking after strategic sourcing of castings for Mahindra and Mahindra. So, yeah, nothing more to say about Mahindra. We are one of the largest casting buyers in India, and we procure about 35,000 tons of castings every month. Today's topic, what I will be discussing is something different, which is lightweighting, which is a need of an hour. Today, in the morning session, we have seen many times all our team members, colleagues have spoke on lightweighting. So lightweighting plays a very important role, and that's why I'd like to just emphasize on this subject. Everywhere people feel lightweight means it will be, this casting is of lightweight, where yield will be less, ye tutega, ye chalega nahi. That is what is the overall thinking what people feel. What we say is, yes, amount of material, what is excess flab or excess fab, whatever is there, that has to be removed. Muscles have to be strengthened to see that it take care of all the strength, whatever is required, without compromising on the strength, without compromising on the quality. We have to ensure that how we make on thin wall castings. So, why lightweight? Lightweight, see, one thing is government and consumers have started demanding on reducing the energy consumption. So lightweight definitely helps that. Second thing is lightweight, what helps is it reduces the fuel consumption, which in turn also helps us to reduce the carbon footprint, which is a need. Cost, yeah, in the morning session we have also heard a lot about cost. So lightweight components, overall if you see, lightweight component increases the production efficiency and also it helps us to reduce the cost. Lightweight also helps us to have a better component performance. Ability to recycle. we can break, tear, and then again use it in scrap easily. So recycling also is one of the things which can be. Last one thing is reduced weight also can help the vehicles for advanced emission control and safety devices without increasing overall weight of the vehicle. So this is one of the things which can be done on that. So with above environmental and economic benefits, now lightweight is or should be a focus area with all of you sitting here and should see that we put all our efforts on research and development to do lightweight castings. Lightweight ferrous castings, yeah, it's possible, but we as a mindset we say it's a tough thing. Change is difficult for everyone, so more the change is required, you will feel a lot of resistance. Whenever we float the RFQs and say that we want a thin wall casting of X mm, then within another 2 days after study we get a reply, isko thoda idhar aap thickness badhao. Either manufacturing wise, yes, we are ready to do that, but not as an additional weight, whatever is there, where genuine requirement is there, we consider it. We see queries coming in saying that itna patla nahi chalega, it will not be manufactured. The similar type of castings as a challenge are produced worldwide, but here we see a lot of reluctance for changing the thickness. So my humble request is, yeah, it's a challenge. Let's accept this, where global demand for thin wall castings are very high, and it's an opportunity for all. Right now, there is a trend where many people are feeling that cast iron is being substituted by aluminium in automotive applications. Why? Because of such things, what I said earlier, lot of reluctance, and aluminium is easily doable. So people feel, let us change over to aluminium. However, on the analysis, optimization analysis, whatever has been done, it demonstrates that cast iron is far, far superior than aluminium. And in many type of applications, cast iron plays an important role. So if we are at par, if you look at the cost of aluminium and when you compare it with castings, yes, it's really a good thing that cast iron is comparatively cheaper than aluminium, and if you utilize this will be a good opportunity for all. What I mentioned earlier also, the main reason for substitution of cast iron seems to be inability or lack of interest. Jitna mota, utna zyada weight, utna zyada paisa, utna zyada ease to manufacturing. So I'll be very transparent and blunt to tell that. But this is what I have seen many times. So whenever any drawing goes with about 5 mm thickness, they will say, why not 6 mm? It's a risk. So let us change that mindset. This is the last point here. Recent research work has revealed that lightweight cast iron parts can be produced using regular charge material and commercial alloys for liquid treatment. It is also found that mechanical properties of thin wall ductile iron are superior than aluminium. So we can, it's a study which has been done. I have just picked up from some paper, but it is proven that ferrous casting is better than aluminium in some of the content. Another one good property, that is strength, stiffness, high temperature performance, damping capacity is far better. Reducing of thickness of cast iron on thin walling by adding relevant alloys has a very good potential in the industry. We have very good opportunities. People are eager to buy thin wall castings, and if you prove it and if it is a success story, definitely a lot of global opportunities are there sitting at our end. Now, looking at the overall aluminum trend, whatever I have seen or what from the last so many years put together, when we have, as we are looking after both tractors and automobile, the changes what I have seen in recent thing is, if you look at the old castings or old tractors, whatever were produced about 20 years back, we had about 90% of ferrous castings and 10% of SGIN. In the present tractors, whatever we produce, it's about 60% is ferrous, 30% is SGIN, and about 10% now aluminum has started penetrating. But new generation tractors, whatever we are looking after, or which will be coming in coming years, which will be used for specific applications, there if you see, the situation is reversed. Some tractors, what we have produced now and which will be coming in the market in future, has about 50% of aluminum, 20% of SGIN and only 30% of GAN. So it's a worrying thing for all of us. So we have to have focus on this and try to see that how it can be reversed by producing thin wall casting. Similar thing is in the automobile side. In automobile, yes, automobile need is there, that fuel efficiency plays a vital role, weight of the vehicle plays a vital role, and also this improves the fuel efficiency, and there's the demand from government and even the demand from customers that it should be lightweight and has, which gives us a very good driving comfort also. So this is the change what has happened in coming in this, the trend whatever is there is aluminum going in automobiles. But worrying factor is in tractors, that tractors consume maximum number of ferrous castings. It's the highest consumer of ferrous casting is for tractors. And if that change happens, then that is something which is very worrying thing. Yeah, success stories, yes, when we say lightweight and thin wall castings, if you see at both the tractors, whatever have been produced, substantial weight has been reduced in these castings in last 3 years without compromising on the quality, without compromising on the functions. After doing all the testing, validation, everything, we have seen that the weight has been reduced, but reliability and performance has not changed. So it's possible. We can do it, and it has to be done. It's easily doable. The only thing is our mindset has to be changed. Last but not least, let's all of us work together for lightweighting of ferrous castings, which will help the industry to grow in multi-folds. So request all to please focus in this area. Thanks a lot. Shall I remove?
I think we can have question answer session at the end. That will be better. So now I request Mr. N. Santhana Gopalan and Mr. Mahendran Kamraj from Simshan to give their views and presentation.
Just a minute. Before you start. Hello? Yeah, I request Mr. Sabu to give the memento to Mr. Vikas Nadgir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity for presenting Simpson's requirements here. I am representing Simpson, which is 175-year-old organization or more than 175-year-old organization. We are the members of Amalgamations Group. We have got a rich history. Before I move on to my main presentation, I would like to congratulate the IFEX team, which has done a commendable job in organizing this event. It is not a small event, it is a very big event, and it is not easy to organize such an event with great amount of digitization. The communication is flawless. The arrangements are extremely good. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the IFEX team, the entire team who have worked tirelessly in making this event successful. Simpson is one of the leading diesel engine manufacturers in India, and more than 80% of our engine goes for farm sector and balance goes for industrial and genset applications. Coming to our main presentation, we are in the midst of our exciting times India is going through. There could be challenges, but it is up to us to overcome the challenges and move ahead. In the morning, there were a lot of data that were shown, and you could also find that India is also in an advantageous position in various factors. We are number 3 in the GDP, thanks to the policies of government and the good infrastructure that is being built across India. However, it is work in progress. I will be touching on 2 requirements here, a kind of business overview, where the casting industries or where the requirements are as on today. There are many fears being expressed by many people. The redundancy of casting industry, which is not so. So I would like to give a kind of confidence to the members here, what is going to be a kind of future for all of us. Having said that, it is also equally important for this industry to provide some good castings. Again, in the morning meeting, we have seen a lot of discussions that have taken place with respect to the quality. So we would also like to impress upon the requirements from an engine manufacturer, engine perspective. What is the requirement? How the industry is looking at currently? What we were 20 years back and what we are today, it is not one and the same. The requirements are changing every day, and this is the reality we need to accept. And the casting industry is also not exemption to this. As I said, I have 2 agendas. One, I will be touching on the business overview, and the development process and the ongoing process quality requirements will be dealt by my colleague, Mr. Mahendran. If you look at the past 5 years trend of casting requirements, Simpson buys close to 55,000 to 60,000 tons of castings every year. There were dips, but it is part and parcel of the market economy. We have 20% market share in tractor segment. As I said, we predominantly our engines are going for tractor application. What are the demand, the driving factors for us in the coming 5 years, which are also one of the expectations from the casting industry? If you work on the Porter's 5 force principles, there are global market factors, domestic market factors, bargaining power of buyers, and the bargaining power of suppliers. Today I would like to touch upon two things. What are all the global market factors and what are the domestic market factors? If you look at the global market, there is a huge food and agri-export opportunity currently. You could have read in the newspapers that India is going to export a huge amount of agri requirements. Morning also one of the speakers touched upon this topic. The Russia-Ukraine conflict and geopolitical development gives a huge opportunity for India. This was also discussed in the morning meeting. The emerging economic and political situation in Asia, like Sri Lanka or Pakistan, you could also see certain developments. The Europe Foundry offloading to India, this was also discussed in the morning meeting. And if you could have witnessed, last year the tractors export was at 128,000 compared to the previous year requirement or the export numbers of 84,000. So there was a 45% jump in the export market requirement. In 2021, I think it was the highest ever tractor produced in India, and we made close to 950,000 tractors, out of which 120,000 plus have been exported. Let us look at the domestic market factors. This was also touched upon in the morning meeting. Zero defect, touch me not product and quality and service quality expectations. This is the expectations as of now. Premium, attractive quality characteristics, touch and feel good factors. This was also expressed in the morning meeting that touch factors, aesthetic is being demanded. Recently I have come across the one incident where one of the person, a youth, has bought a tractor and kept in his house just to showcase his affinity towards the tractor. This is the kind of situation that we are in today. The youths are entirely different what were earlier and what we are today. So the youth customer base with high aspirations, this is one of the factors that need to be reckoned in. We have also touched upon in the morning electronic, remote control, drone, driverless, IoT, machine learning. These are all the topics that we are on today. Alternative fuel, CNG, hydrogen, electric are also being discussed. The tractors erstwhile were used only for farm segment, but it is not today. It is used for variety of applications. So the demand for the tractors are on the increasing trend. The ethanol and fuel encouragement by government to benefit sugarcane farmers, this is also one of the influencing factors for the segment to grow. The monsoon that is good in India for the last 7 years or so. It is a good thing that is happening, and government infra spending has also increased multifolds in the last few years. This was also shown by the speakers that the infrastructure building has increased tremendously. So in the morning there were several questions about EV. Specifically the foundry industries are talking about EV. Whenever I visit any of the suppliers, this is one standard question that I always get. EV, whether we should invest or not. So I am touching upon this. The challenges, concerns in product safety. You could also hear that there were a lot of safety issues. Fire has happened in the two-wheeler. Close to 40 two-wheelers have caught fire. In the recent newspaper, you could have read this. The environment, again, this was also touched upon by the morning speaker. It creates more pollution than even casting because of the factory, the battery usage. It is also a concern in rural infrastructure. Recharging stations are not adequate at the present point of time. So I am talking EV from the perspective of farm segment. Tractors' working environment are completely different from the automotive. The high cost of product ownership and service. In the automotive, the owner of the vehicle is different. The owner and driver will be the same, but it is not so in the tractor. The product usage, dealer and technician, and customer education are completely different. Again, this was also touched upon in the morning. As aptly he has put in, the EV will be an intermediary. It will not be a final one. We are getting matured. In our view, what will happen is, over a period of time, we may switch over to hydrogen for a better environment concern. It will get settled only in hydrogen or CNG in the short term. So what we look at is in the medium term for next 5 to 10 years, electric tractors are not going to be the reality, though it may come in few numbers, but not in many numbers. Let us touch upon the challenges and outlook for the immediate terms. The common rail engines are going to be there in the next couple of years, even for the lower horsepower segment. Currently, the norms even that was applicable for greater than 50 HP has been postponed by 6 months. From 24-25, even the current breadwinner or bread and butter of every OEM is between 30 to 50 HP. That is going to get changed over to the TREM 5 norms. So this requires a stringent dimensional accuracy. It is not like the current engines. This requires improved cleanliness of castings. The millipore value is very important. The particle count are very important. The cleanliness. User and owners are different, so the quality perception will change. Cost of product ownership and service are going to be different. Serviceability and product familiarization. So to give a perspective, the current engine price versus the CRDA engine price, there could be a difference of a minimum of 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh. There will be a difference only in the engine price alone. Then there are other things with respect to the OEM. They will add a few more things. So this customer will not look at that as a CRDA engine. For him, he doesn't know about the emission norms, but he has to shell out more than what he is currently shelling out. So it is definitely going to be a challenge for all of us in the industry. The serviceability and product familiarization are entirely different. At least for the automotive, it was from BS3 to BS4 to BS6. But as far as this tractor industry is concerned, it is from TRIM 3A, which is a legacy, to CRDA is a big shift in the requirements. Cost to value ratio is same for end user except emission compliance. This is what I was informing you. And there are also likely potential shift from very low HP to medium HP, like 40 to 50 HP tractor, because of the cost, a minimal cost difference. So we have a strong mitigation plan to embrace these challenges in the next couple of years. So what is the business outlook? For the current financial year 22-23, we forecast a volume of 5% increase over the last year. We have produced 174,000 engines in 21-22, which we expect in 24-25 crossing 2 lakh engines. And this is a very, very pessimistic target what I have shown here. The casting demand in 21-22, we have procured close to 65,000 tons. And in 24-25 or 25-26, it is going to increase to 80,000 tons, which is almost a CAGR of around 5 to 7%. As far as our capacity of assembly is concerned, there is no issue. We have got abundant capacity to make. Whatever the casting capacity, today we have got, it is close to 180,000 engines. But going forward, to meet the increasing demand, there will be a shortfall to the extent of 15,000 tons, which need to be added in the next couple of years. It can be either from the current suppliers or from the new suppliers. So the grassroots level issues and trend in the current industry or the specific to casting industry, the cash and workflow capital management is very, very challenging. We are aware of it. Long-term investment at the cost of working capital, it is also happening in few organizations. Vendors are expected to manage inventories on behalf of the customer, thereby the working capital is locked up. Increased credit period to customers, and the interest rate what they are getting from the bank is quite high. And specifically the tractor industry is a seasonal industry where the first 6 months of the financial year is very high and the next financial year, next part of the year is relatively low. And the casting industry have to accommodate these challenges and support us. With respect to the manpower planning and retention, the long-term employee retention, there are challenges in the casting industry, both for the production and the design. Morning again, the speaker has touched upon the very low penetration of digitization in Foundry specifically. This demands for workforce with data and digital skill set. There are industries where they are coordinating with some institutions with role-ready manpower. Thereby they can be inducted easily into the organization. So here the training and the development is very key for the industry. Morning, again we have talked much about the raw material concern, the pig iron and scrap cost. The government policy on mining and vehicle scrappage is also having an impact as of now. We also depend on foreign sources for some special sands and the other additives and inoculants which we talked about in the morning. Industry and technological, e-vehicles we have already touched upon. The 3D printing manufacturing also helps to reduce the development time and cost. So here, I would like to just summarize. The casting industry must be ready with a short lead time plus right first time and consistency in quality. These are all the key in the current casting industry to support the customers like us. So now I request Mr. Mahendran to take through the quality requirements.
Good afternoon. And I thank my company and Mr. R.K. Sabu and IFEX President and coordinating members for this opportunity. Looking at the time factor, I would like to compress as quickly as possible. Morning we discussed about the situation regarding the market, how it is and how it will be in the next 3 to 5 years. In the next 5 to 10 slides, I am going to discuss about the development process. What is the process we can adopt to embrace these challenges, to capitalize on these opportunities which are prevailing. The first thing I would like to touch upon the right first time. In an ideal situation, we have the timely flow of money, resources and output. We get an inquiry, we review the facilities, feasibility, techno-commercial offer, everything is okay. We get into design and development. Development timelines are adhered. First off sample and PPAP are okay. And in mass production, we monitor the serial schedule versus supply, rework and rejection levels. This is how a normal day looks like. We listen from the morning that there is going to be challenges. What we have overlooked for some time in the industry, we have to look at it. These are all these factors. During the design and development, there is inordinate delays. Okay, inordinate delays may be due to factors from customer side and also factors from the foundry side. Last minute changes in product design, machine selection, changes in the tooling, tool design, all those things. As a result of this, what happens, the originally developed tool is undergoing a rework of tool. As a result of that, it is losing the original efficiency it is designed for. Once the design phase is not handled properly, subsequently we have issues with respect to mass production, rejection levels are going up, schedule versus supply is not honored, rework and salvage of the castings, WIP, waiting for decision, and it is a fatigueful and stressful job for both for the foundry as well as for the customer. So these things I call it as the pull-down factors. So with the pull-down factors in place, the real situation is movement of dates. So whatever commitments made to the customer is not honored timely, and we lose the time, money and resources in this process. So if we want to have a right process, if we want to have a right result, we need to have the right process. That is what I am going to touch upon in the next slide. This is a generic process in any company you can look at. It starts with the supplier selection, onboarding, quality planning, then PPAP, then supplier performance monitoring in the long run. When it comes to casting development process, it is a subset of the development process, product design, process design and development, process proving, and then PPAP. So in the next few slides, I will be touching upon what all the inputs we will be giving and what process steps we will be following and what is the output expected out of these individual phases. The first one is the product design. Here the inputs are the machine 3D model and 2D drawing from Simpson or any customer for say. Then Flowbox data, envelope model, current issues and lessons learned, whatever from our experience, we'll share it with you. Then the critical steps. If it is an existing product, we will insist for the 2D, 3D and actual sample comparison. This is to avoid the later part of changes. As I mentioned in the earlier, there are a lot of last minute changes that are coming up because of this differences we find in the legacy product. Then point number B, mating part superimpose. After we make the complete castings, we come up with some issues like it is fouling with some crankshaft, it is not entering, something like that. So we want to take care of these factors during the product design phase. Then optimization of wall thickness and weight. My predecessor have mentioned about it. Water volumes, cleanliness friendly castings. As we go for CRDI, cleanliness is paramount. Output. In this phase, we get, what is the final output we get? We get a 3D model, which is for product 3D model, which is approved by Simpson R&D. The expected lead time is around 3 to 6 weeks. We have to engage the right talents from both from customer side as well as from the foundry side. And we need to ensure that there are frequent and top level reviews are happening. The next step is the process design and development, where we have the input from the previous stage, that is casting 3D model, duly approved by Simpson R&D. Then these process steps are familiar to you. We design the planning, we design the layout planning, core box design, simulation. As output of that, we get the productivity daily targeted pour rate. Okay? So later part of time, we ensure that the capacity, whatever allocated for a particular item is met. The second item is the simulation. As a result of the simulation, do we need any more changes? In APQP timing plan, target yield, we need to target the yield of around minimum 70%. The best in class is around 80%. So here the lead time is 6 to 8 weeks. The close coordination between the functions are very important. The CFT focus is very important. That will ensure that there are points that are in anticipation. We are taking the feedback not in a reactive mode. Next is the pattern making. Here the input is the complete methoding and core box and pattern models. Here we make a make or buy decision, master timing plan, die cutting and first sample making. The output of this phase is pattern set assembly is ready and we made the first casting and the 3D scanning of the patterns, core boxes and the first samples. So the lead time expected is again 6 to 8 weeks time. Now, once the development is over, the next critical stage where you get customer interaction is first off sample. We verify all the material factors, dimensional factors and surface finish factors. So here the key point I would like to touch upon is the timely completion of the tasks and single point document and record reference. We should not store material report only in, it talks about the project management basically, where we need to have all the data organized in a single point. Similarly for machining, it's a vast area. Still I have compressed this requirement into two half. One is the during development, what are all the things that we have to ensure. We need to ensure that there is a proper proto control plan, special cutting tools, SPMs, cleanliness measuring equipments, special inspection equipments need to be planned in advance. It should not come as a surprise because it's all at the cost of the total project. During FOS and PPAP, we need to ensure that the key major characteristics or capability requirements are met. Morning we have discussed about the rolled throughput yield, starting from the casting stage till the machining final inspection stage. PDA, training of the manpower, cycle time measurement and runner trade certification, perishable tool control. So these are all things we need to ensure during this PPAP stage. Now, I would like to give some inputs regarding the disciplines of execution. Since the first portion is talking majorly on the project management. The first discipline is the focus on the wildly important thing. Second thing is the act on the lead measures. 20% of our actions are leading to the 80% of the results. And the third discipline is the keep a compelling scoreboard, monitor it. The fourth one is the accountability. So for every action, every activity, every decision, there should be an accountability both from customer side as well as on the foundry side. So for further reading, I suggest the 4 disciplines of execution book. The cover page is given here. Now, getting into the serial production. The serial production expectations, I have given some success factors here. The first thing is the digital daily management. So the customer base for a foundry is very, very lengthy. The supplier base also is a very lengthy one, and the customer base also is a lengthy one. To manage the date and the process also is a lengthy process. So to manage all these three factors, the process, the customer, the supply chain and the customer chain. If you have to manage it better, the only better way to get into the digital daily management system. The second thing is the knowledge and attitude and skill of the workforce. So organizations have to find a way to manage this knowledge, skill and attitude of the workforce in a day-to-day. Then These are all the 4 pillars I would like to stress upon. The first one is customer centricity and sensitivity. The second one is the effective audit program. The third one is the quality cost monitoring. The fourth one is the regular review mechanism with the customers. So with these 4 pillars, we can ensure that the quality whatever we are making is best in class. So now in the next few slides, we are going to discuss upon the serial production success factors one by one. These are all the 4 success factors. First one is the customer centricity and sensitivity. You look at the customer chain, tier 1, the way we have, the morning we saw the supply chain, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Similarly, we have customer chain, which is tier 1 to tier 4, it is there. The real user is the tier 4 user. Tier 4 is the end customer. Okay. What is the challenge we have is the time. During development also I talked about time, and now also even in serial production also I am talking about time. Timely response. It is very, very important. As we go on to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 customer base, as the casting reaches these customer base, the effort and cost required to fix and improve at any defect, maybe a visual defect or a leakage or any performance issues, it is taking enormous amount of cost and time. So it requires sometimes campaign, callback, service bulletin. These are all the challenges the OEMs are facing. We are facing. I mean, the engine manufacturer, tier 1 engine manufacturers are facing from our customers. So the success factors is very clear. The first thing is the containment action within 24 hours, interim improvement action within 7 days, permanent action within 30 days. So this is the expectation. The second success factor is effective audit program. Our audit programs are always, if you go to any quality management audit, internal audit of any foundry, you will find most of the things are, good, very good. The audit, no NC points like that. But we have pitfalls there. First thing is the customer QCD feedbacks are not taken into a consideration for the internal audit. When you are conducting an audit, you should start the customer requirement have been fulfilled or not. You should start the audit there first. The second is the poor qualification and the lower levels of the auditors. So when the auditor comes back and say that there's a concern, there is a problem, there is a non-conformity, and very few are responding positively to that, or it is totally ignored. The third one is the open issues not escalated in the right forum. So there are issues identified and it is kept pending for a long time. So we need to define a escalation matrix and discuss and close it then and there. The success factor here is the layered audit, both bottom up and top down, because the people working on the shop floor knows better than the people sitting on the drawing board and making the design, right? So we should ensure that the top down and bottom up, both type of approaches are ensured, and the customer should be at the center of the audit program. The third factor is the cost of quality. I would like to give a small example here. A water jacket core running with a vertical core shooter having 30% core rejections and 100% rework. Okay, this is a real case I would like to tell you. I don't want to mention the name of the casting and things like that. And because of this, we have a machining rejections of around 8%. So cost of the horizontal core box is around 5 lakhs. When we adequately, accurately calculate the cost, labor cost of rework, cost of casting and machining, the machining and casting cost, loss of machine time in Indian rupees. So when we calculate all these things, definitely it is less than 5 lakh rupees going forward, right? So what is the success factor here is the strong and sensible quality cost accounting is needed. This is required both to convince the customer as well as the business itself. So a sensible cost of poor quality accounting is required. Then the fourth one is regular quality review mechanism with the customer. We should ensure that the customer is happy at the end of the day. Okay? Or do I need some support from the customer to make him comfortable? Is there any open issues I'm maintaining? What is the escalation matrix at customer end? What is the escalation matrix at foundry side? And is the review frequency is adequate? And what is the time, cost, and scope factors for improvement action? So all these things have to be discussed in detail and then frozen with the customers during the regular quality reviews. So reviews are for the mutual benefit. They are not one way. Accountability and timeliness matters. So with all these things in place, what kind of manufacturing line we want, what kind of manufacturing value we want is foundry rejection. The first layer you see, First layer you see is best case. The foundry rejections less than 2%, machining end of line rejection less than 2%, assembly end of line rejection 100 ppm, OE plant and field OE failure, early failures 0. So these are all this is the benchmark level. Of course, currently we are not at this level. Many businesses are not viable because of we are all in this. Many of the companies are operating in the third layer, where the rejections are more than 6%, foundry and end of line rejections, machining rejections are more than 6%. So because of this, some business viability itself is a question mark now. So end of the day, what I wanted to tell to the team is that aim to set a new operating benchmark. Okay, take the leverage of this Industry 4.0 and the digital solutions that are available in the market. With that, I'd like to conclude this session. I'd like to thank everyone and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamraj and Mr. Santagopalan. I request our session chairman, Mr. R.K. Sabu, to honor them with the memento. Yeah.
Bow to the king.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabu. Yeah.
Now I request Mr. Chandrakant Bande to share his thoughts and presentation.
Hello. Mr. Chandrakant Bande is SQA manager from Atlas Copco.
Hello. Good afternoon all. First of all, thank you for giving me opportunity to present my company's organizations and our casting requirement. Also today's session in charge, Mr. Sabu sir, and coordinating managing committee, Syamal ma'am, Purohit sir. Thank you all. I'm going to share first of all, I will start with my introduction. My name is Chandrakant Bande. I am working at Atlas Copco India Limited as a supplier quality assurance manager. By qualification, I am a BE Mechanical, MBA in operations. I started my career working in Foundry. For first 12 years, I worked in Foundry's Kirloskar Group, 4 years. Then Chorus India Limited, Pepco Foundry, 2 years. Then DGP Hinode, 7 years. From last 15 years, I am working in Atlas Copco India Limited as a supplier quality assurance manager. And during working in last more than 25 years, the key competence skills what I achieved is related to casting development, process parameter optimizations, design optimizations. I used to be a APQP leader. Then the person like me, when we worked in Foundry, when you were joining at OEM, then you can understand the real pain areas in Foundries, and it is very easy to connect the problems at Foundry and
the expectations of OEMs, means the design aspects. Then it also takes very convincing and it's easy to make a win-win proposal when you are making any projects. I think whoever is working, it's very good for at least suppliers to get their proposals and try to implement at OEMs. I'm going through a few slides about my organization's mission, vision, and what we are working and what is our product and all these things. Then also I will talk about our casting commodity, what are the challenges and what we are expecting from our business partners. Atlas Copco Group, we have our customers more than 180 countries. 43,000 people, employees are working in Atlas Copco in almost 70 countries. We established in 1873. Maybe next year it is almost 150 years from Stockholm, Sweden. And we have a turnover around 11 billion euro and with operating margin 21.2%. Then I would like to stop here to mention our purpose statement. Our industrial ideas empower our customers to grow and drive society forward. This is how we create better tomorrow. This means we continuously innovate new, smarter and energy efficient solutions. During that, we always interact with our customers to understand their needs. We ensure we fulfill their needs. Also, we do all these things with strong commitment and contributing the solutions which is going to sustain in long run, sustainability in long run. Our mission is first in mind, first in choice. Whenever the customer want to purchase a customer, he should first, the compressor come in his mind is Atlas Copco. And as I mentioned, our core values are interaction, innovations, commitment. We always think what our customer needs and how we can give a perfect solution to our customers. And our vision, sustainable, profitable growth, this we do in highly ethical manner. We all employee and our business partner, we sign a business code of practice and we give number one priority for safety and well-being. And our all solutions, products are continuously innovated. And we have a most competent team to understand customer needs, to understand business partners' needs, to give a win-win proposals, win-win solutions, and we use our resources very efficiently. In worldwide, Atlas Copco business area is decentralized group, which is classified into a type of products. Mainly, I can say a compressor technique where all the compressors, different types of compressors like industrial air, oil-free, portable air, such compressors are categorized into one business area. Then we are into a vacuum technique. We are into industrial techniques and power techniques. These four business area, our management, our group management is common, and we are classified into all these business areas. Our customers are in all industries. Our medical gas solutions gives a clean air as well as other gases in almost many hospitals. In USA, it is more than 50%. In hospitals, a clean air provision is done by Atlas Copco medical gas solutions. If you take an example of in tools, many almost aircraft manufacturing and car manufacturing, they rely on Atlas Copco tools and fastening solutions. Our vacuum pumps are used to simulate and test the highly demanding condition in space. Our small electric compressor with silent features and energy efficient, you might have seen on roads. These are all applications. One more important thing, our compressors are used to brew beer in all industrial produced beers worldwide. Our core technology is in screw technology, oil-free screw technology, oil-injected screw technology, turbo technology, piston technology, and tooth technology, scroll technology. We have a compressor with all these technologies. And these are the innovative products and services which we offer to our end customers. And we are working with more than 50 worldwide brands present in market. Now I quickly go to the casting requirement which are required for manufacturing these compressors. Mainly we are purchasing FG260 grade cast iron and FG300 cast irons and AGN, ductile iron with different grades. And I'm talking about from Pune, Dapodi factory. We also have a Chakan factory wherein the casting range is varying from minimum 5 kg to 1200 kg. And we are dealing with a batch size of 5 and 10. We are not like a automobile industry, it is an engineering industry. And due to this batch size and the weight of casting, we have to stick with hand molding, heavy code jobs, and our annual turnover is also around 2,400 to 3,000 tons of castings. We have around 10 supplier base, 8 to 10 supplier base. Also, our suppliers, our business partners are supplying casting to us as well as exporting to Europe and China. Our future plan here, we can see there is a very good market conditions and there is a huge requirement. Considering what we are purchasing today, we can see there is always 8 to 10% growth on every year for local market as well as export market. Now we are thinking, we know what are the challenges our Indian industries are facing and what are the new emerging technology. There are very few suppliers who are already working with emerging technology like lost form casting process, 3D sand printing process to work on complex castings. These are a few pictures you can see. Those casting range weight is around 500, 700 kg. Those are already produced in with hand molding or omega mixers suitable for hand molding. Some of the crankcases, cylinders are very critical, which is having a water jacket, air jacket course. After machining, there is a hydro testing, pressure testing, and the casting results are visible at the end. Means after producing a casting, machining, if the casting is leak, then we have to throw the castings. And this is a major problem what we are facing in many cylinders. And last two pictures about the CNG compressor. This business from last 4-5 years, there is a huge market. We ourselves, our business increased CNG market from 5 compressor, it went to 25. Means almost 5 times we already increased. And we can see another 40-50% increase in market in next 1 or 2 years. There is a huge market for CNG compressors, cylinders, castings requirement. You can see where we are struggling with our business partner, with our suppliers due to criticality of the castings, the design, and when we are working with suppliers, we came to know that it's like impossible, it's very difficult and all these things. But when we are thinking to solution mode, there are options, there are solutions. We also consider suppliers' proposals as well as the design requirement. The win-win situation we select and we are going ahead. These are the just few examples how criticality you just imagine. Now I am going to talk about what are the challenges we are facing, or maybe the suppliers who are already working with Novec foundries, hand molding and Omega mixers. Due to a small batch, the casting weight is more than 300, 700 kg. The end customer requirement is 0 ppm, lowest rejections, lowest losses after machining, and we are expecting very good surface finish. When you are working with a small batch size dependent on manual hand molding and manual core making, then achieving criticality, surface finish is a challenge. I can see that. Also, the requirement is increasing for, we also purchase like critical casting like a crankshaft, connecting rod. There are many non-destructive testing requirement. If we don't do, then we already come across, we face many field failures, the crankshaft failures. That's why these non-destructive testing on crankshafts or critical parts is very important. When we implement that, then we notice again rejections. Also, there is a new treatment called CED coatings, which is helping to overcome the issues in manual painting. This is replacing the KTL coating, or the CED coating is a very good when we increase the service life of our castings in field. When you want to export our parts to Europe or China, then there are requirements like PED requirements, CE, U-stamp, ASME regulations. Many of our suppliers still has to work. They think, okay, if we go for this certification, there will be increase in cost. Then it is very difficult to absorb and get that market. But there are opportunities. What we think, looking at all this, when we interact with our business partners, we also convince their problems, their bottlenecks. But when we interact with our counterparts in Europe and China, our counterparts are already working on emerging technologies. And when we discuss with our Indian business partners, then we get the technology like a lost form casting process. I think this is one of the very good process which few Indian suppliers are already into that and they are working. But if you take an example, China there are many suppliers and I think they are doing better than Europe, what we can see that. And this lost form casting process is a very good solution for hand molding, because the major bottlenecks in hand molding processes are core making and fettling. Whenever we interact with our suppliers, the most of the lead time, the most of the problems are laying out with they have a major manpower issue. Even though there are manpower doing fettling work, it is a very critical. But these bottleneck operation can be de-bottlenecked through lost form casting process. Those are hidden costs. Supplier has to work on those costs and to explore this technology. How this lost form casting technology is going to help OEM? We already started working. OEMs are integrating two casting into one casting. By this way, the OEMs are reducing their cost, and the same expectation from our business partner is they're supposed to reduce cost on core making, fettling, where they are already spending not only a direct cost, indirect cost also. If we business partner and customer, if they are both working on this technology, I think this is a very good future for business like for engineering industry, where the castings are very critical and we have to work with small volume. Then second, one more technology, wherein if you can see the pictures, we already worked in lost form casting. Also, we did some prototype in 3D sand printing, wherein mold and cores are printed. Mainly this is good for whenever you want to do a prototype and validate that prototype. But apart from this technology is giving a solution to the casting which are in serial productions, which are very critical in making core making, or very critical in removing pew sand or such things. For critical casting, if you are not able to change a design and still you are expecting the casting has to be produced in gray iron and regi iron, I think these two processes are, these two technology, lost form casting and 3D sand printing, are the options. Here, my request to all our business partners over here, you please explore this technology. Maybe right now you might be thinking this is a very costly process. If customer is providing it, then you people are going to explore. But you also think how this is going to help you to resolve your problems in core making or problems in fettling area. These two are very critical and those are manual dependent. And this is mainly, I'm not talking about automobile industry who are already in high pressure molding line and green sand process, but there are many suppliers who are still progressing in hand molding, no-bake sand process, omega mixers, because there are many engineering industries. I think these two solutions which are going to help you to reduce your hidden cost as well as to upgrade your technology. This technology is for next 10 years, 15 years, I don't know, but the complexity of the casting will be there, and this technology, mainly this 3D sand printing process, is going to help the OEM to do many design changes. This is going to avoid investment in tooling. This will be the very good technology whenever there are new designs are going to come, and to implement or to penetrate those new product into market is going to save a lot of lead time while doing this prototype and qualification of the parts. We are already working with our few business partners, and I request you also think on that. Maybe cost is not the only problem, but if you start looking at those solutions, you will get few ideas, and maybe it is going to help you for your business in next 10, 15 years, whatever these things. Thank you for this. If there are any questions, I'm open for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandrakant Pandey. Any questions you have? There's a man waiting with the mic, cordless mic. Anybody has a question? Yeah. Tell your name, company's name, and whom you are addressing this question.
To Chandrakant sir, my name is Manan Shah. I'm representing Super Kino Equipments. I have a background in lost form casting, and my question is specifically related to that. I have completed my master thesis in lost form casting, and there is a general perception that says that lost form casting is more expensive than other castings. My research data doesn't coordinate with that, because for me it is a simple logic. You are completely eliminating pores, you are completely reusing your sand, so how is that cost more? I like your inputs because you are more experienced in this field. I'd like to share some.
Yeah, we are exploring this technology. Our counterparts in Europe, they are already into this from last 15, 20 years. When we started working with our local suppliers, we also felt it is costly. But when we started working on our hidden costs, like the time which we are spending in core making, fettling, also the opportunities wherein we can reduce casting weight, where there is a possibility of integration. We made a special projects, means we made a special design where we integrated two castings into one castings, and then it reduces our cost. Then with new cost, when we offer our suppliers, after our supplier is also worked down his hidden cost, then we decided win-win situation. It is a win-win situation. It is a cost saving for good cost for supplier as well as cost saving for me. Whenever OEM is working, he always think on, okay, if I am adding this, how much cost I am going to save, and whether there is a return on investment. We did this project. Maybe we took a help of our counterparts in Europe. They already did such similar projects we did, and it was helping to us. For OEM, it is very good to all the complex casting can be done in lost form with integrating two casting into one casting, reducing machining allowances, reducing weight of casting. That is giving benefit to customers, which we pass on to suppliers. Then it is win-win situation for suppliers to work on this technology.
Any more questions?
Can I ask something more, if it's okay? Let's say 3 years or 5 years down the line, how do you compare cost-wise lost form casting and sand molding?
I think lost form casting cost supposed to go down compared to your traditional sand molding, sand castings, maybe Novec or CO2. Only thing is our Indian suppliers are still, they have a fear in mind. If I am investing my learning cost, whatever I have to spend, I've been lost or I have to invest in that. Unless and until you start working, investing and going through this learning curve, you will not be perfect. Okay, you have to go through that, but at the end, this is most cost effective. It will be a lesser cost compared to traditional sand casting process.
Any more questions to anyone? To Mr. Vikas Nadgir or for Santa Gopalan? So we have done with this. Thank you very much, Mr. I request Mr. Sabu to honor our casting by Mr. Chandrakant Bande. We have come to the end of the casting bias session, second session. You can meet them and take their card and you can then contact them. I now request our President, Mr. Sri Devendra Jain, to honor our session chairman, Mr. R.K. Sabu. Once again, I'm asking him to climb the steps. Sorry, sir. Yeah. Chaliye. Mr. Suresh Chavan, are you there?
Get loose on the beat now.
Thank you very much, Mr. R.K. Sabu. Thank you all the casting buyers. Thank you very much for your contribution. Yeah.